just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
I've got you hanging on my words. Taste so sweet even when they hurt. You wanna feel, wanna fall in love, wanna give it all up, but you don't want to lose your control. Are we playing this game? Oh, are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in?
We fear that love is hard to find. Not in your heart, but in your mind. Are we playing this game? Are we playing this game? Are you too afraid, or are you giving in? Let the games begin, 'cause I play to win.
Good morning, good afternoon, or even good evening, wherever in the world you are right now. Welcome to APL Esports, where our coverage of the kickoff, and it is the Middle East region we're going to be looking at today. Of course, if you want the Asian region, tune on back in tomorrow, where we will be covering that. But for now, let's get stuck in, because today we have all qualification matches in the very first qualifier. Second chance next Saturday for these teams. But right now, we already have 4 teams in contention with 2 spots up for grabs. Later on in the day, both Boyo and Juicy will be covering the bottom bracket run because, yes, this is a double elimination qualifier. But before we get into all of that, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Digital Bacon. Joining me in the commentary booth is the Jar of Jam. And Jam, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm just fine, Bacon. Thanks. Hope you're doing just fine as well. It's the usual. It's the weekend. It's time for Rocket League, and specifically today we'll be looking at some of the best Middle East teams. A couple of them have already been invited to the event, as it is. Force Hunters and Standrock Gaming have been invited to the final event. Today we're finding 3 of those teams, two through the upper bracket and 1 through the lower bracket. All of them vying for that humongous prize pool. I don't think the Middle Eastern scene has seen a prize pool that big, and that's all thanks to Psyonix providing that for the regions, not just Asia, not just Middle East. Pretty much the whole world is going to have a fantastic summer of Rocket League.
They are indeed. And for the Middle East, it all starts here. $9,000 up for grabs to the team in first, 4,000 to second, third and fourth will get 2,000 each, fifth and sixth 1,500, seventh and eighth get 1,000, and then of course the MVP just to himself will begin 750. So that is bundles of cash up for grabs, 222,500 if my maths is correct there, Jam. And just right now it is looking good to a couple of these teams. I mean, when you look at the Middle Eastern region, of course Sandrock on the tip of everyone's tongues at the moment, but we've already got them invited. We've got to find 6 other teams. And of course, with so little known about them to the rest of the world, this is like the real big stage to really show off what you've got, isn't it?
It's the perfect time for them to really prove their name. Yes, we know about Sandrock. They have been making waves in European scene at this point, but this is a time for all the other teams to say, hey, it's not just Sandrock. We also know how to provide some entertaining Rocket League. We're going to show it to everyone who's going to be watching that we are also here. We're also ready to play, and let's just see what happens. I'm interested in seeing what kind of meta is currently prevailing in the Middle Eastern region. I'm interested in seeing what kind of strategies they're employing. Yes, for the most part, they've been playing in their own bubble, and that's what might make it interesting. Of course, some teams have been making forays into the other regions, Asian region, European region, but here it's also a little bit of a look in the local scene, how they play, how they go about. Also some different team names, some different player names. We might be having quite a fun with those as well as this tournament goes on. And of course, if I'm not mistaken, is the next qualifier still available for registration?
I'm gonna have a quick look at that because that is a good question. I don't know if it was on or not, and nope, sorry. I was not expecting that question, Jam, and unfortunately, not all the teams signed on up for both qualifiers 1 and 2. So, of course, all these teams locked on in, but everyone knew of them, of course. So, if they couldn't make today, they'll definitely be able to make next Saturday, same time, same place, and make sure you tune not in to that. Like we said, today we'll be finding 3 of those teams. Next Saturday we'll be finding another 3, and it's all just so exciting right now because let's have a little bit of a talk about this upcoming match. I mean, let's I don't know, give spoilers to 2 of the teams that are vying for today's qualification spot. The first match on stream is, of course, going to be ASMR Clan versus the Kings Esports. And Jam, again, like when we say let's talk about these teams, we actually don't know much, do we? There is not much to go off because, like we said, the Middle East as well as Asia, technically to large scale to everyone, is a little bit of a unknown region, especially for me, the Middle East. I've seen the teams that, compete over in, say, your Nice Cactus Weeklies over on Rocket Baguette or the Rocket. But when it comes to a just Middle Eastern region, it's a little bit uncertain how they rank up against each other, isn't it?
Well, it's going to be experience both for us and both the viewers. So why make any predictions, really? Why make any other guesses? Let's just see how it unfolds. Really, we're gonna see everything in the first 5 minutes. We're gonna be able to build predictions after that, and finally, everyone's gonna also learn what ASMR Clan, what Kings Esports, and the rest of the teams first region will be able to do. So, maybe I'm just gonna be a neutral spectator today, and just gonna be interested in exactly what this region shows. I'm assuming you're gonna be as well. So,
Yep.
oh. False start. I was all ready to go. Start your engines and all that kind of jazz. But we might have to wait just for a little bit longer. Gonna go for a best of 5, and gonna just see how this standard match of Rocket League goes, ladies and gentlemen. It is the first game, or at the very least on the stream, of this Middle Eastern qualifier for the Kickoff, as presented by APL Esports. Bacon, take it away.
Okay, so we have got ASMR Clan in the blue, Crespor, the Gentlemen's, and Silent going up against Kings Esports, which is Worry, Tom, and Basil. Let's just see how this gets underway. We're definitely used to this slower start, but you can see game plans, passing plays already coming on out from ASMR Clan. They are ready for this. A great little passing play over the Gentlemen's. Silence not going to be able to get a touch on that, and so they do have to fall back into defense. And you have to say they're very overcommitted into that attack, Jam. A bit worrying, but they handle it well.
No, I think they have the right ideas, Bacon. Specifically the aggression. They are not leaving anything for Kings Esports right now, and I think through this risk, they're just trying to overwhelm their opposition. It might work. So far, it hasn't really gotten them down, and I'm looking for whatever they can do on this attack. Maybe the time will tell something otherwise, but right now, I'm loving that it's a team-focused effort on their attack.
It almost feels like intimidation coming out from ASMR Clan. It might suggest that they're silent on the pitch is anything but. That's into the corner. Crespor taking this out wide. He needs help here, or can he just do it all on his own? Looking to set this on up and over into the top right. And Crespor end to end, goal to goal. He'll find the gold at the end of the tunnel. What a beautiful play.
Maybe what they needed wasn't a team play. Maybe what they needed was an individual display by one of the players, Crespor. Oh, he made such a great foray into the attack, dodging and weaving absolutely everyone. It seemed like King Esports were not ready for an individual. There's a little bit of curveball thrown from ASMR Clan, who is preferring to move the ball forward with aerial plays, with passes. Oh, just to change it up and see what works. It definitely works. That's the first.
Second one just a whisper away. Gentleman putting that back into the center, but Worry has a mark now. Good from Tom. Put that downfield, but here comes the counter. Silent against Worry. That is pinched off to the side. Crespor in the corner. Just going to take this nice and slow, but he's going for net. Tom takes that on out down mid. Silent can just wait around. Wanted to pass up. Basil does connect with that. Keeping this down into the blue ASMR end. And right now, Jam, what I want to see from the Kings is a bit more control over this ball, because it is just slipping away. And Gentleman is ready to punish.
Right here, you can see that now that's Kings Esports on a little bit of an overextension, and when that read does not come and when those flips do come, you know that you're in a lot of trouble. ASMR Clan having a straight path down the midfield line, straight to the net of Kings Esports, and that overwhelming pressure still works for ASMR.
Coming up close to the halfway mark, 2-0. Oh, nearly 3-0. Still recoverable for the lads of Kings Esports, and they have got to step up to the plate right now. Gentlemen, good second touch on that, and Worry will bounce out to the middle. Good pick up by Casper, but Basil will cover it. Worry once again. That's a clearance I'm not a big fan of, but a whiff will allow it to push on through. Blocking that on out. Worry takes it out wide. Gonna go for the boost and allow Tom to come on in. Silent picks it on up, throws it towards the wall. Bouncing on down, we wanted the run up, but Basil able to get the second touch. Great ideas coming on out from the Kings Esports side, but they just cannot connect it to net until now. Rolls up the corner and finds its way to the center. Kings bring it back to 1.
Pressure still works, and thanks to Basil, who stays in the offense. He recognizes his teammate is about to make a pass, so why go anywhere else? Pass is just precise. Not that much power behind it, but it's precision that counted. It allowed them to start that move on the net of ASMR Clan. In the end, finishes up with a great move. Last player of ASMR, just a tad too risky, but what? So close on the response from ASMR themselves. They are putting out so much heat on Kings Esports. It's really a wonder on how they're not burning. But a counterattack completely destroys any of the aspirations of ASMR. 1-2, and then this touch, no demos. Beautiful touch by Slam.
Talk about heat, and Basil pulled out the super hot fire there, bringing out the demo, clearing a path there for Tom to come on in and get the goal. Kings started off a little bit quiet, going 2-0 down, but in the last minute, they have started roaring back into this game. Above the net, the ball will go, but a missed touch puts that down to ground. And Worry's able to steal a bit of boost away. Basil coming on in. It's a little bit worrying for me, but we'll see how this evolves. Tom, that's going to be lingering in front net, the back pass, but Basil's quite far back. He's going to have to take some time. A little miss on that ball. We're with too eager onto that. The ball dropped down in front net, but Silent just gets a touch. Puts out wide, puts it into the middle. Cut out very well by Tom.
Wow, that pressure for King Esports is the same thing in ASMR we're showing from the very beginning. Seems like all that has been lacking for King Esports is the opportunity, one small chance to start getting those attacks going, and they never stop since that moment. A little bit of a team pinch, I suppose, or a team block. Sends the ball down forward on the other end of the field. They're continuing on setting up their plays. Wouldn't be risky Worry in that situation. Just pushed up just a tad too far, knowing that both of these teammates were already close to the ball. The pressure still continues. The ball continuously returns to the blue side of the field. Kings wants to get that third goal. They want to complete the combat.
So what's going on? Oh, I was about to ask you, what's going wrong here for ASMR, where they just cannot seem to get the ball downfield? Gentleman has the answer, and that is a blooming good solo play.
He was not contested on this whole way to the orange net, and Thalm with another backflip. That's not the first one we've seen from him. Something has to change for the next game. Otherwise, ASMR, we knew just how much pressure they could put in the attack. If they can get another chance. If he cannot succeed in the defense, want to try in the offense, Thalm with a fantastic play. Set up all by Basil. Then a second touch. Ooh, lovely. Silent had no chances covering the middle and the right side, or left side for us, of the net. He's not able to do anything else. 3-3 Bacon, and if this is going to continue the same way, the final seconds are going to be even more explosive.
It will indeed. Equalizer in 12 seconds. Crazy, crazy stuff right now. It is destined for an OT as Worry knocks that to ground. 3-3. Tons of goals shown so far, but only one will be the decider for this game. Let's get it underway once again. Kickoff. Silent has taken the directive. He has got precedence over that ball, but Worry will keep that out. Press for, bounce out, set up for the gentleman, but Worry will find a way to get this out after Tom makes a brilliant save, and now a beautiful clear downfield.
Oh, that's what they needed. King Esports were looking for something that will not give ASMR Clan the ball back immediately, and now they're a dribble. Gentleman's almost bringing the ball to somewhere where his teammates can immediately snatch it. King Esports see through the plan. ASMR will have to try again. They are now looking like they know the Kings Esports. Like if you just push them a little bit too far, they're going to answer. So every single attack, every single touch now is being looked at through a different lens. Another attempt, just a tad of miss. The ASMR Clan is back past the midfield line. They're looking more and more threatening.
They are indeed just a whisper away from net once again. Silent with the pop-up to slow this ball down. Basil controls well. We'll get that in front of net eventually. Silent with the shot. That's above net. Here comes Cresswell. The shot on target for Tom. We'll keep that away. Worry gets a second touch on it. Basil not able to get a closer. And Gentleman with the shot of his life will claim game one, his 722 points to his name and a hat trick. He'll be happy with that first game performance.
Oh, poor Worry. I think he was looking for Tom to make that save, and Thal missed. Another fantastic plan, this time on the side of ASMR Clan, who find Gentlemen on the front. Yeah, what a play. Hat trick in the end. and ASMR Clan, honestly, Bacon, are going to be counting themselves a little bit lucky. It felt to me like this could have slipped away from them. They started on such a high note, and the comeback that Kings have then returned back, just full on blows, was tremendous. They couldn't hold it on until the very end, but this only sets up for an even more brilliant matchup between these two teams. If there's going to be as close going on forward, if both of the teams are going to be showing their class in the offense, this is going to be one series to remember.
It definitely will be. So, looking at that, what was the major difference? Because ASMR, to me anyway, it seemed like they sort of fell off after that first half game. Like maybe they got a little bit too confident, you know? And then Kings were able to come on back, because definitely during those final moments in the overtime, ASMR just looked the stronger team. They're more in control. So what was shifting between the moments of that game to really sway power between these two sides, Jam?
I think Kings Esports finally found themselves a series of good clears. They managed to move out to the midfield a little bit more, and from there, the momentum swung their way. That's how they were able to make some control over the game. They allowed them to do those prolonged attacks, and until ASMR Clan started finding their clears, because every single time you make touches that only go a third way from your goal, 1/4 away from your goal, and then immediately get met by your opponent, it pretty much just keeps you in your own half. You started having troubles with your boost, and it just leads you nowhere. So it was just an exchange of both of these strategies, and also a quick exchange from ASMR Clan. We know that their attack is deadly, and I'm just loving how often, really, both of these teams right now, we're obviously seeing ASMR, both teams are utilizing those advanced players, somebody who still stays in the attack even after the play has completed. The pass comes there, or they're setting them up with another kind of the play, and as you can see, it is getting results for both sides. And blocks! Gentleman Z is not happy with just 3 goals in the previous game. He's looking out for more, and they're playing with fire, Bacon. Not in a dangerous sense, more like in fire in their bellies. That is, everything's falling their way, and they're loving it.
Well. ASMR coming out gates absolutely running. They're ready to win this race. Who knows? They might even fancy the 3-0 sweep, but only time will tell. 2 goals up already in game 2 is an achievement. Going 3 goals up, even better. Not even half a minute. 27 seconds is all ASMR needed to put their name stamped on this game.
We've been there before. 2-goal lead for ASMR. We saw what happened to it in the previous game, but what's happening on the field right now, Bacon, is, I cannot describe it in any other words, but Kings Esports just deflated. They are making simple mistakes. They really collectively, I think, have 5 touches on the ball together. Maybe a little bit more by this point. It was not their... Oh, it's not even the opening minute. The opening minute has not been over just yet. Has been a complete demolition. Right now, the play has slowed down. Unfortunately, King Esports cannot move any further, but ASMR also cannot move any further themselves. Here's an answer in the surprising fashion, Bacon. Honestly, I'm this close to tearing my notes apart and just saying, whatever happens, happens. This is such a wild ride.
I feel bad there for Silent, because that was actually a half-decent save. Like, it's all he could do in that scenario, and read it very well. But then the second man, it just shows you need more than one defender to keep out these plays. Worry looks fired up. He looks like he is ready to strike. Good pass on in, but the reception not found by Crestor. Silent being out by Basil, and he's looking to get the drop on the ball, but mistake comes on out time. Put that to the ceiling, gentlemen. Good touch, but here comes Basil once again to the corner, wanting the pass out to a teammate. This is just going to be handed on over to the ASMR Kings, but once again, keeping this ball high means that the Kings, who have the boost right now, they are in control. They have got that midfield line down. They are in the driving seat, and this is what I'm talking about.
Speaking of which, that's without the exception of Cresport, that was a double commit on the backboard. ASMR risky on that play, trying to remove the ball, not making sure who's going to go for it first, leaving the bottom of the net completely empty. And that's the same thing, Bacon, that I've been talking, and between the games, it's how Kings Esports broke down the curse, the star that ASMR have put, and seemingly they're doing that again. A lot of aggression, though. They're trying to claw their way back, but that means pushing on forward. Or is that play? Moore was thinking completely otherwise. That bounce and that block completely betrayed him. But if you don't take risks, you don't get the goals. And King Esports felt like they needed to be a tad more aggressive in that situation. They'll have to try again. 2-goal difference is reinstated.
And what I'm going to say right now, Jam, applies to both sides, but it feels like defense is not the focus of these teams, which really needs to be picked up, because from what I've seen so far with these two sides, if one team could just find out a way to rotate their defense as well as they rotate their attacking, keep, you know, both sides going, they would just absolutely demolish the other team. And you can just see it right there where Worry was pushed up way too far forward. Their third man just nowhere to be seen, waiting downfield for a pass. And yes, you might get a lot of aggression come out of your attacks, but if that attack does not go through, like you saw there, you are helpless back in defense. Worry here, I like that little slowdown. But Tom was in the middle waiting for the hit. Basil's a little bit too far back as he was making his approach downfield after getting boost. It's just not set up correctly here.
In many situations, you're just forced to go with the flow and see maybe something is going to happen. Not every single position is going to be the winning one. Not every position is going to bring you to a goal-scoring possibility. And so they're just trying with whatever they have. Another passing play, though, and Talm actually would have a perfect shot. Was he out of boost? No, he should be all right for that. Just didn't make the connection right. The play was there. The idea was there. Now starts the pressure for that clear of class 4. He might actually be getting a Worry for a double tap. Worry gets it. So much freedom in the air. He has been hanging then for an hour. He gives himself the opportunity. Brilliantly played, and with a bump. I think that was on silent. I think that removed the last possible chance for a smart clan to do something about it. 4-3 Bacon. This time not in last moments, not in the overtime, but right here in the regulation. Still with plenty more to go.
There you go, for a little bit of shade on the defense, and they just double their efforts down in attack. Worry handling things so well up in the air there for the double tap. Gentlemen, you've got to find an arse to grab that 2-goal lead once again. Otherwise, things could just slip away. Silent runs forward. That is a worrying bit of defense there from Time, but Worry will be able to counter that. And no one back in net once again. This is what we're talking about, Jam. It all looks so good, but then crumbles away so quickly. Some really fragile rotations right now. But again, these attacks, they are something else.
And it's looking already soon for Masamar. That's how they got the 8 of their goals. And they just continue on. Tom, something about today just isn't clicking for this player. He has been flipping everywhere. For the most part, not where he needs to be. I've never seen so many backflips in a competitive game, Rocket League, honestly. But he needs to do something. And most importantly, his defense also needs to do something. Making if after this game, we will see Kings Esports continue to push in the same way, continue not respecting the blocks that the ASMR can throw as they're leaving their defense, then maybe that's a good reason why Kings Esports have lost, because they cannot, again, allow ASMR to get such easy shots on target, such easy shots on net, when everyone from Kings Esports is pushing. You know they have the ability.
Do indeed, as this ball is just cleared away to the corner. ASMR get themselves a second game. One away now from qualifying through to the finals. But again, Jam, it's a best of 5. Kings, they always come back later in the game. They also going to come back later in the series here.
Yeah, there's a possibility. It seems like this is how it's written. Start slow, start under heavy fire, heavy shelling. Concede a couple of goals, but then start fighting back. And Kings Esports can't still they have the attack. They definitely have the attack. We have seen that in the previous game. We have seen that in this game. The fact is their defense is still struggling tremendously, and they need to do something about it. First and foremost, Bacon, I'm pretty sure the start of the game number 3 cannot possibly be all to ASMR. The same disaster that we just saw at the beginning of game 1 cannot possibly repeat. When you're starting the game by already being 3 goals down, it is not an unfair situation. It is a competition that you would not even enter elsewhere, but King Esports have nowhere to go. The same misery cannot repeat, and for that, they need to be sure that from the word go, from the kickoff, they need to be the ones in control, or at the very least be ready to properly make those clears. Because I don't know where the Kings Esports were at the beginning of game number 2. They were definitely not on the stadium.
They weren't indeed. Right now, as we hop onto Manfield, the lads are going to have to turn it up to 11. They cannot keep going like they have. They've got to find a little bit of extra strength, a little bit of extra speed. Probably find a goal to open things up, as Gentleman wants to find that himself. Tom will throw that downfield. Lays it a little bit, but I like that as long as he connects with Silent here, which he does. Tom will get a touch on it. Worry throws that towards net, looking for the top right corner, but Gentleman will keep that out. This is a good pass up center. Once again, no one in net right now. Basil kept out by Cresport. That was some clutch defense.
That's what they needed. But speaking of clutch defense, King Esports finally do not allow ASMR to do anything from the kickoff, and making it the kickoffs that really are the most dangerous. ASMR come to the start of the game or just to the kickoff with a plan. They have prepared a setup. They prepare players who will immediately going to rush you. All the while, King Esports are still setting up on your standard positions. They've survived this, and now that they're throwing punches in the other direction, I feel this is going to be the make or break game. Quite literally, if Kings Esports don't win this, they're going to drop to the lower bracket where they still stand a chance, but there's only one spot and no more lives.
Shot put in front of net, and oh, that's going to be a runner.
No chances to say anything else. Kings Esports tried to surround the net, but nothing is working, as the last player, Basil, should have recognized the challenge, but he felt in that situation he was safe. Maybe the risk was too much and the reward was just not worth it.
The problem is right there. Kings bought a sledgehammer to do open heart surgery. They've got to be careful. You can't just rush it into attack. You can't just use full brute force. You have to work that defense, pull them out. It's the reason why you always say the 2-player attack, 1 player back in defense. It's the safest strat, because you've always got that backup there if something goes wrong. Kings throwing caution to the wind, and I understand the mindset when you're 2 games down. You have to throw everything out the window, try and get that opening goal to maybe change the tone. That's a nice setup, but boost and rotations are completely out of whack for Kings right now. A simple whiff there from Tom. Cresport just has to hold on to it. He's got to find teammates, but they're all a little bit back in defense. The entire management of boost across the pitch is thrown through a loop right now, and Worry, you can see he's staying close to the ground. Tom calling him off. I like that. They're starting to communicate so much better, Kings, but it is in the dying moments of this game. They are a goal down. Let's just hope, for the sheer factor of entertainment, they can pull this back, Kings.
Well, for that purpose, absolutely. Everyone who is not cheering, well, everyone who's cheering for King Esports and everyone who is just here for some good Rocket League, I think wants exactly that. The series has proven to be an exciting one. And look at that, another attack, right? That was a bump and worry, but nobody in front of a network. Basil is working his magic on the defender. Nobody is in a position to do anything. Now, where's that communication? Where's the communication in this situation as well? Kings are panicking.
Oh, what a redirect, though.
Comes the shot, comes the defensive mishap, and comes a fantastic pass. Everything is working out brilliantly for ASMR. And King Esports falling down bit by bit, inch by inch.
Might be thought of as a simple play, a simple pass into the center, but precision was key there to be able to get that just far enough away from the defense and to your teammate. As ASMR and 2-0 up. Many times before, you might write off this game right here and now, but for the Kings, when it is qualification points, they have to come on back. Basil on the attack. It's got to be left down for Talem, and that's not well controlled. Worry on the ball. We've seen what he can do in the past, but with 0 boost. Not able to keep that going forward to the corner. This should be able to buy time to build up, but no one from Kings coming forward. Silent, a good pickup to put this round into the corner. And you can see now ASMR being clever, holding on to that midfield and just putting the hurt on as Gentleman will get the third goal for ASMR. The first to him, it is the Three Musketeers for ASMR. One apiece.
Everyone with a piece of the pie, and as you said it, Bacon, it is very conservative play for ASMR, which nonetheless is giving them results. You could see that they were not pushing anywhere far. Every single time at Kings Esports were trying to start a passing play, even when they're pulling it up to the air, ASMR Clan had enough players in the defense to completely counteract that. They were reading those plays immediately and not allowing Kings to do anything. And then, of course, the moment there's just a little bit of, I wouldn't even call that situation an over-aggression, just the perfect setup, then defense, well, again, was not up to par. Silent. Almost putting another highlight performance, but not in that situation. Time is running out. For Kings Esports, they had such great comebacks in previous games that I feel like a little bit over 30 seconds will not be enough. Even if this is their attack, even if they're currently trying to pepper that backboard with shots, even if they're going to save this one now, it's just a little too late. And they've been fighting pretty well with ASMR, really toe-to-toe. But little things. I feel like, Bacon, you asked earlier what was really the downfall of, or rather, what was the difference between the teams, how did the Kings come back, and why ASMR eventually got it. And to me, it feels like it's a difference of little mistakes, but their amount was just too overwhelming. Kings Esports kept on making plays that were not needed. Were just making mistakes with their car control. We saw those backflips at the most inopportune times. And in the end, despite both teams having pretty much the same mindset, and at many points you could just switch their names around and colors around, and you wouldn't be able to tell which is which. But King Esports could not keep their game clean, while ASMR, they had their mistakes, but it was a much cleaner game, much more consistent game, and that shows in the result that they got 3-0 in the series. And they are our first qualified team for the Kickoff Middle East.
Jam. Let's not forget, of course, ASMR just, to me, they felt faster on the pitch, you know, and their defense, like I said, both teams shown similar shaky areas. The difference was ASMR were just able to get back to their own net. We saw it from Silent numerous times, as well as Crespel, where it was just those simple touches to put it off wide over to the side, which was all they needed to halt that initial attack, that initial counter coming out from Kings. And that was something that Kings just didn't seem to have when they put everything into attack. They didn't have someone that could get back to net to just slow things down. Right?
As a counterpoint to that, though, we almost never saw Kings in the leading position. We never saw Kings in the leading position. All the 3 games they had to play from behind, and that, of course, forced them to make risks. While ASMR always played for a position of leader, and that's why they were allowed themselves to just stay back in some situation. It's rough, but what can you do? Again, the game 2 comes to mind, where it was an absolute disaster when it came to starting for Kings, and yet still they got there to a 3-3 tie. And only little things did allow them to get anything.
Well, so we have the first team qualified on through to the Kickoff Middle East, but we still have 2 more to find today. And of course, after this break, we will be finding that second. It will be Momentum Shifters versus CM Team after this break. Guys, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the very second series of tonight's show. It's the second qualification spot up for grabs. And it's going to be between Momentum Shifters and CN Team. Jam, you're joining me once again for this one before we head to the second half of the show. But for now, let's have a little focus on this. We've seen Momentum Shifters in the past in other tournaments, but this has been a team that you could literally say has been shifted about to the point where they are fresh. Venom, Tywakes, someone, I'm going to say, or SMW, and FSU. These lads are taking on Esfrat, Fi Ali, and Daun. With Speedy as well, we've seen as well as their sub. So definitely some names worth talking about and worth seeing on this pitch right here. For me, Venom is one that I'm actually quite looking forward to.
I'm going to go for the CN Team, actually, Bacon. And I'm going to point out Fi Ali. He's one of the top 100 players in World in ones. And as such, I feel like he's going to be quite a boon for his team coming up to this. Of course, this is a team game, but we saw some beautiful individual plays already from the previous series between ASMR and Kings. So showing something spectacular on his own here. Or again, he knows what the team needs from him. I feel like this can be the game changer, and that's exactly what CN Team is going to need.
Yeah, and when we watched the last series and we talked about defense not really being there, that's what we sort of expected, to be honest, coming from this. Like, we know from the Asian region, definitely from casting over that for numerous years now, that defense is generally something that evolves when proper competition comes on through, because it's so much more fun as a player to just focus on attack. Defense is something that is a team-based skill. You cannot just have one defender, can you? The whole team has to be in synchronization, and that is going to be so crucial here in the kickoff, and it's one thing that I'm definitely looking out for. But of course, when you talk about Fi Ali and all of that being a top 100 ones player, when you've got a team that isn't so strong in defense like we're expecting, that one's prowess is going to come through so strong, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna show up. This, as I said, this might be the difference maker. But if the defense still is not up to par, it could be that it won't just hold on to anything. So let's in just a moment we're gonna see exactly how much of that finally skill is gonna translate into a game of threes. I'm pretty sure. Well, again, if we're just talking about ones, I've been researching just the players just a little bit recently, looking into what they're doing, and honestly, quite a few of these top 100 players are not necessarily one's mains. Obviously, if we take all the professional players, there's quite a few of them on the list, and everyone else just doesn't mean that they are just straight out in ones and that's about it. So it's gonna be curious to see. So why not we start it, Bacon? How are you feeling? Shall we do this? Another best of 5, new teams, new names, a lot more intrigue. I feel like this time. I think it's about time that we started the game number 2.
Oh yeah, definitely. You talk about that intrigue, talk about the weight of the situation. Momentum Shifters and CN Team, the winner of this series, gets a spot on through in 2 weeks' time to the finals, where they can grab so much money. But without further ado, let's get into this one. Momentum Shifters in blue, CN Team 1 in the orange end of the pitch, and already lots of back and forth going on. Mish in front of the goal, but Dome can be able to see it on through. Venom does hold it on in defense, and like you said, the one lad that I'm looking out for, and it's all going to be about leading his team here. But
wow. Like, to me, you just disappeared. It feels like your scream just started somewhere so high nobody could hear it, and then got brought down. Wow. Talk about finding a small gap. Momentum Shifter push on through, and I don't think it was there. They pulled out the microscope and found it. It was right there on the point. CN Team will have to try again. And we already saw a little bit of defense as well. Momentum Shifter know exactly what they need to do in the defense. You said it's a team game. It's a team effort. And they've shown in those opening minutes exactly that.
Well, everybody gets one mistake. That's what we say before we hold it against you. So it all comes down now. CN team, bring that on back. Dome, we want to see you get more involved in that attack. Good clearance, send it all the way down the line. But SMW able to retort off his own accord. Dome, really good clearance as well, but those clearances are only getting rid of the danger for a small amount of time. That sort of connection there from MSH is better, being able to move the ball more. You've got to make it harder to read for your opponents, but SMW just brings it back down to earth and slams CNT into the ground. A second for Momentum Shifters.
I was definitely not expecting someone to actually go for it himself. Seemed like he was setting up for someone else. But the fact is, he found it blindly and straight on target. I don't think even CN team was expecting anything like that from him. A shot from that position, I would say impossible. Yet, that's not only impossible, that's the second goal for Momentum Shifter. And they haven't shifted any momentum at all. They have been just pretty much in control for a quite big part of this. Their attack is the prominent part of the game so far. Another passing play. Pass straight up. Block punish, but they are showing some exciting Rocket League, and I can't wait. You might again only see 3 games Bacon, but I'm already loving what I'm seeing from Momentum Shifter and the new roster.
Momentum Shift is clearly the favorite coming into this. So Ty Wakes is going to put one up of his own. SMW ain't going to be ruling this roost. He says, this is what I can do. Great little pickup off of SMW, who also tried to take out the last defender. You just look at Momentum Shifters, and they are working as a team through and through.
That's what gets me excited about Rocket League. That's what really I was hoping to finally find, and thankfully I have recently found teammates who understand you, teammates you can rely on. That gives you the ability to go for plays before you even know they're going to be there, before you see them to the full extent. And Momentum Shifter right now are dominating air, fire, water, and earth. And most certainly they're dominating the midfield line. CN team, knowing how down they are in this game, it's surprising that they still are leaving so many gaps and such huge gaps in midfield.
Whatever you want to call that scenario, it resulted in a goal and a hat-trick for SMW. So he's going to be grinning ear to ear, a happy boy in this very first game. And Ty Wakes wants to catch up, actually equalizes on the score, but he's still a goal down. But this was a very nice read. Problem again though, Jam, that open net.
Well, we've seen 2 defenses. One, solid effort. Really not that many attempts at the Momentum Shifters. Net only 3 shots by CN team. All 3 of them were saved. That is aggression. We've seen the same aggression earlier, and it was not really helping out, going way too far. Every single time you try to really go a tad too aggressive, you're too late for challenges right here. They're staying in the attack. They might find a goal, but I'm still not a grand fan. Still with a save. No, untouchable, absolutely untouchable. That net will not be scored upon.
So I'm looking at this right now. When we're watching CNT, they are close to the mark. The problem, again, like we just saw in the last series, comes down to pace. They need that little bit more time to think things through, it feels like. And when they can get a team play going like that, it is close to the mark. It is so darn close. But reactions are just quicker from Momentum Shifters. They can change up the pace. You look at MSH, they're popping the ball up in the air, but it's all feeling like it's just to buy time. You saw FY Ali getting demoed out there, but that's after he was running in circles for a moment, trying to wait for his moment to pop back into rotation. You can't be waiting around, CNT. You've got to get proactive. You've got to throw something in front of the net to really startle the Momentum Shifters, because right now, at 5-0, Momentum Shifters don't give a damn. They're probably already thinking they've got this series.
Well, by the way they have been performing, they might as well be thinking that complacency might be an issue, but not if CN team does not step up. And right there with the Bacon, they need to be much faster, but it seems like it's a balance between being faster and having the time to make a proper decision, because we've seen how often they've been coming up to challenge. They need to be there, but but it's not the right decision. That's because they really don't have a chance. That's how fast Momentum Shifter are playing. And I see no changes to that. There's no need to change what's working so far for that.
Well, in that case, then you slow the game down almost to a crawl, Jam, because teams that play like this, and I can look at Momentum Shifters, I think if you were to play a super slow dribble game, they would feel awkward, you know, where they just don't really quite know how to handle that. But right now, the idea coming out from CN team to try and match Momentum Shifters' pace is not good because they're not feeling comfortable right now. And you can see just not being able to get back in time, so close to the mark. But going into game 2, because, well, let's face it, 1 second left, 6-0 up. Yeah, it's Momentum Shifters game 1. But going into game 2, I want to see a long break here as CN team talk about what they need to do.
Once again, I completely in agreement with you, Bacon. Feels like the slowing down of the play is the way to go. CN team cannot play on the same pace with Momentum Shifters. They will always be the ones chasing. So why not make, well, first of all, they will have to take control of the game. But then if they can dictate the pace, then change might come. Otherwise, for a CN team, it is rough. Phi Ali, as I was hoping, is going to be the player to look out for on that team. Pretty much was not seen for the most of this game. Then you have to try again. And really, it was been Momentum Shifters display. It was everything in their favor. Stuff that we've seen from ASMR in previous game, now amplified by another blue team with Momentum Shifters. And their teamwork, their reliance on each other, they're just almost I don't know, just a psychic feeling as to where everyone is on the field is currently shown. And again, no mistakes, no misses. Every single thing that they have, they execute on. It's not 100% realization on shots, but it's darn close. 8 of the 6 shots, or rather 6 of the 8 shots, have been on target, and I feel like we're going to continue. So for CN team, that's one way. Really, that's one way. Otherwise, just slow down yourself. It feels like if they perhaps go a tad more defensive and try to work out of that, not make a challenge, but keep the net close. Keep someone in the defense. Just play close to the net rather than close to the ball and see what's going to happen.
Just saw in chat there someone thinking 3-1 to CN. That is a bold prediction right now. The full comeback is going to take a lot. Defense looking a little bit better. MSH with a run, but then it can shut that down. Mind you, Momentum Shifters have only lost 2 games in total throughout this bracket so far. I reckon by the end of this, it might be 3. I can see 1 coming on back for CN, but Momentum Shifters, they are done. They want to be through with this and through to the finals. First goal going to Venom.
For Phi Ali, he had 3 players of Momentum Shifter crashing on the net while the rest of CN team was still chasing. Attack not successful, another challenge not successful. Look at that, 2 players already tie waves, and someone already in front. Just like ASMR, they have a plan after the kickoff. This time it didn't work. I'm pretty sure next time they're on the same attack, if they win the kickoff, they're gonna see CN team in trouble as they're still regrouping. Momentum Shifter already with a plan to start the attack.
Liking these attacks a little bit more, was not liking the triple commit on defense. And yes, I am liking this attack a lot more. Dome going to be able to finish this one off. It all comes off of this pass from FY Ali. What a drop down to ground. Dome perfectly positioned to pop that under the defender, hurtling towards the net. And now, Jam, we've got a game on our hands, buddy.
Yeah, after a 6-0, looking at a tie game that wasn't a 0-0, it's almost looking unlikely. But there's only 1 goal, and it is dirty.
Oh.
That is beautiful. That is brilliant. That's exactly what CN team needs. Some energy behind them. They're gonna go about that. Immediate recognition from Momentum Shifter. They cannot go for it. But Mish, why don't he go for it? That was surprisingly patient, and in that situation I would even say cowardly. All right, they want to play how they want to play, and seemingly their previous ways were not working out for them. So let's see, maybe this is much more comfortable for them.
Patience is crucial right now for CN Team Jam. They've got to be ready to receive that, and unfortunately Venom was ready for that 50-50. I don't know, maybe right place, right time, but this worked out perfectly to just squeak that one away.
He was in the perfect position, but I think it's someone who needs to get all the credit. His 50 allowed Venom to then continue on the attack. Venom didn't really have to do anything. It is so many various things come together. Another beautiful block. They have the opportunity. This time it is going to be saved. But Momentum Shifter seem to have really approaching this from all the possible angles. And if we're just gonna see another 5 minutes, it feels like they're gonna know everything about CN Team, what they had for breakfast, what music they like, and most importantly, how they play on the field of Rocket League.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Venom finally stepping on up. He's moved into more of an attacking role. You can definitely see Tywakes has fallen back a little bit more. That's an interesting little form of synergy from this team. You can see they're playing more traditional Rocket League. Tywakes now looking to pop this over off the backboard. It's over to SMW on the line, kept on out. Dome's got to find this past Venom. Actually gets a little bump on him, but Venom will be the one to pick up the ball. Demo coming in from Tywakes and SMW picking this up. Good read by FY Ali, who can just knock that away from the midfield line, but danger is still looming. Momentum Shifters keep getting touches on this ball. FY Ali, though, able to cheat upfield, gets onto that, gets it down to ground and fast into net, 108 kph, and a goal, an equalizer for CN Team.
That's what they've been looking for. It all comes out of that pinch of Doom. He makes it work. He relieves the pressure from their own defense. Ball was stuck in that corner for a really long time, and nobody really was getting any upper hand on it. They send it down. I'm pretty sure then it allowed Faeli to grab the boost from the corner. He must have been the one who got the boost. Then allowed him to do that prolonged aerial up in front. And look at that. Look who's in the attack. Look who's playing with renewed confidence. This CN Team. And while there's still defense, Momentum Shifter have not lost their flair. They have not lost their organization. It is still looking that much better for CN Team in this game.
Just looks more like the momentum has shifted away from them, though, Jam. This is in favor of CN Team right now. They have found what they needed. That little bit of extra specialness to get into the attack. They've definitely been down the blue side way more with 1 minute spare than they were in game one. As SMW gets off the backboard, Dome, they will knock that to the corner. A second touch throws that way up over T-Wakes, but SMW is close on by. Wanting to pick that up, but just the way that the ball is being handled by CM Team is so much better here in game two than it was in game one.
It's that, plus they really pushed their line back in terms of defense. They are no longer all out. They are no longer being careless. The challenges are now coming mostly at the goal line. And while not all of them are comfortable, it is working out for them. It is still a game of incredible margins. And with CN Teams, they almost need to consider themselves lucky. They have 100% goal conversion rate so far, while all of the pressure was from Momentum Shifters. But the fact is, it's not 6-0. It's a tie game. And whoever in the chat said, hey, it's going to be 3-1 to CN Team, they're going to make a tiny reverse sweep. There's still a chance to do that, but it's going to be a miracle, and it's going to be an upset if that happens indeed. Second overtime of the day, Bacon. Momentum Shifter, they have this reset, though. This might help them. Once again, kickoffs have been their forte, so I would like to see them do something else. But here with demos, I think it's going to go the other way.
Demos, a new, fresh idea brought into this game at least, but shooting to score something that Tywakes knows. And SMW gonna be able to convert. Venom just a little bit too late to that. The original shot coming on through. What a drop from SMW. Almost denied by the post. It will be seen through in the end. 20 seconds was all Momentum Shifters needed to get game two in OT. And well, they're already moving on to qualification point, Jam.
Their performance really deserves just that. They are looking like really the strongest team we've seen today. We obviously have only seen 4 of them, but as it stands, they went through the bracket so far. You said only 2 losses, and they are continuing that run right here against CN Team. A drop down in amount of goals, but definitely not the drop down in the quality of their play. I still am still feel like they don't have much. The momentum shifter don't have much in terms of inconsistency. I feel like they have a base, and that base is really strong, and it allows them to hold on even against when things are not going right, when you are not scoring the one goal after the other. It is working out well for them. And again, when the moment comes to push, when the opponent makes a mistake, they're ready. They're still there. We've just all been preparing all this time. And we see this in overtime again. Same thing goes for CN Team as it went for Kings. They need to take that control. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen control for CN Team. They have been, once again, mostly on the back border, mostly in their own side. While the defense has improved, that's the next step. They need to take control of the midfield, then try to see the attack. But it's with momentum shifters against them, and that's such a huge task for them to overcome. And with the looming potential drop to lower brackets, where they still have a chance, but it is still in the back of your head. One more game and you're out.
It really is. And moving on into game 3. I've seen it in chat, don't get me wrong, because I'm looking at Twitch chat, that some people are still hopeful for that reverse sweep to come on through, but whilst it did get better in game 2 there, Jam, I also feel there's a lot more potential in game 3 for momentum shifters to turn it up to another level. Like in game 2, they felt a lot slower, and it wasn't necessarily all down to CN Team that they were slower, because they still had boost. It just felt like they were playing more relaxed. They were like, okay, we made the statement in game 1. Game 2, we're just going to play safe. Game 3, they could throw a couple risks in there and get those goals once again. But right now, they're just trying to play it nice and calm, cool, collected, and also think about that defense. This is a team that I think is using qualifiers as like the best training ground for some of their strats coming on through and how they can manipulate the pitch in their favor. And well, they could just maybe even throw away this game 3 purely because they're trying out other new stuff here. We'll have to see if that does come true, because we're going into game 3.
Well, somehow I doubt that they necessarily are gonna just completely throw caution to the wind in this game number 3. But we might see a slightly different approach yet again. But for momentum shifter, it feels like they have all the tools necessary for the victory, and have already utilized some of them in the first game. We saw that they indeed have approached this slightly differently, and I do agree with the fact that CN Team not necessarily have slowed it down tremendously. They still have been going aggressively for some of the challenges. It's just that their defense has pushed back quite efficiently, and then a lot of the plays were happening in the corners. There are a lot of 50-50s that killed the ball, and so it was just a game of push and pull, which of course slowed it down. And coupled that we weren't having a goal every 30 seconds or so on quick moves from momentum shifter also meant that the play sort of looked slower, but in fact I wouldn't say it was. Let's look, where can momentum shifter find the same passes they've been so prevalent in the first game? What is their trick today? Maybe we're going to see another highlight material goal, or maybe, just like the folks in the chat are hoping for, and I don't blame them, maybe it's time for a start reverse sweep.
Oh, we all love a good reverse sweep here, Jam, and well, Dome nearly being able to connect with that one. Didn't have the boost, so called in help, the assistance of a teammate. Lots of great back and forth. MSH, can he get the last touch? No. Tyweeks keeps that on out, but you can definitely see the aggression coming out from CN Team. So much better now. They're really starting to pick up force. SMW down the center, Venom on the end of it and into the net. Beautiful passing play, and the first in game 3 for momentum shifters.
See, that's what's lacking for CN Team. I don't see this pinpoint precision. I don't see a pass that just screams. If there's a good shot at the end of it, it's a goal, no question asked. Don't care how many defenders there are, it's gonna be a goal. CN Team looks good. Another drops comes in, but they're not looking great. That's the difference maker around here, where momentum shifter is king.
Time being Venom to the ball, Tyweeks into Alley. MSH dropping it down. Dome doing a brilliant job getting that close, but Venom is ready, and he's got boost to spare 40. In fact, he's cut out very well. Dome has been coming into these games so spectacular, Jam. Really the difference maker here for CN Team, keeping it close, but with no one back in net, it's easy peasy, lemon squeezy for SMW.
It's another late challenge. It's another misread. Fiali He's thinking about the attack. The whole team needs to be thinking about the attack, but it seemed like, again, the only thing they will be able to get from this game is those careful, thought-through goals and not the aggressive plays. Momentum Shifter still have the undisputed speed advantage on the field. They continuously beat CN Team on the same thing. We'll have players up front on the attack, but no, look at that. Another empty field. You need to make connections. You need to make sure that you are not just giving the ball away so easily. Whose ball was that? Doom's. Was he not seeing Ty Wakes? Pretty sure he saw him. And yet, another gaping hole, another goal. It was so close in the previous game, Bacon. I feel like this has ended, and Momentum Shifter are already celebrating.
Imagine they are, but CN Team, you've got to pull something out of the hat here. 3-0 down. I'd hate to be in that scenario. The mental strength required to turn this around now is momentous, but they've got to do it nonetheless. You do not want to roll over right now. MSH beaten by Ty Wakes. I think there was a bump afterwards as well, but what a quick turn this was. It just
gets worse. Yep, there's the bump. And there is the goal. From bad to worse for CN Team, from great to fantastic for Momentum Shifter. It is a tale of two teams, and whoever you're cheering for, you have a completely different day for. Here, we're not cheering for anyone in specifically, and we're loving what Momentum Shifter is currently doing with 3 players on the ball, but also our hearts go out for CN Team, who is currently on the end of the hurricane by the name of Momentum Shifter.
And especially after 2 shots there, that was so close to target. You know, just into the crossbar. They can't seem to catch a break. The same again. You can see CN Team close to the mark, but close is not going to cut it. A clearance from Ty Wakes Venom onto the end of it. And that is wide with Venom not even going to allow Ty Wakes to get a touch. He's like, I put in the work for this. Past the last man. This is mine to score. You are not getting a hat trick. I'm going to get it, and I'm one step closer.
Watch as SMW scores 2 and then overtakes both of them just to take the king, the crown, and everything to go for it. MSH, just not allowed. They are not allowed. They are the kids. It's past their bedtime, and they're not allowed to watch TV, to play with their toys. They need to go to bed, and that's where Momentum Shifter is currently sending them. It is slightly later in Middle East than it is around here in Europe. I believe it's about 11 o'clock. It might be where they are right now, but it is. Momentum Shifter are strict parents, and they're just not allowing CN Team a single thing. 2 goals. I'm surprised, Bacon, that 3 goals. I'm surprised, Bacon, that CN Team was managed to score 3 goals in this whole series, because with the way this has been going, I think Momentum Shifter were thinking of giving CN Team anything.
I thought Venom was closer to that as well to make the save, but clearly not. Right now, Momentum Shifters, they're probably in the mindset of thinking, that was just for the Brazil. No water off our backs. They're going to be looking for more, but 1 minute 20 remaining possible. 20 seconds of goal to still remain in this, but again, so much work got to be put on down by Ali. Not going to be able to send it the whole way, but here comes the home. The pass up to MSH, and the comeback could be on. Lads are trying to dig themselves out of this hole, and they have got shovels and spades.
I'll believe it when I see it, Bacon, but this was lovely. I was expecting a shot from the first player, but they tricked the defenders, and really looking back at it, Momentum Shifters could have had that first shot. Instead, they utilized the whole width and breadth of their team, the whole width and breadth of that penalty area. And they managed to get themselves the goal, but less than a minute, 3 goals, knowing that the side of CN Team have never, at least in this series, been able to score more than 3 in a game. This is looking like crazy, but a triple commit that nobody is going for. CN Team are already sitting down, looking for a long clear. Now, honestly, for Momentum Shifter, that little bit of panic almost helps them.
Looking right now, CN Team, they're rotating too far back. It means they cannot keep this convincing attack ongoing. And rightfully so, Momentum Shifters are running out the clock. You saw how far they kept themselves back there, Jam. Was to keep this slow. They didn't want to send it down to their opponent's half because they thought, you know what? that means they can pick up the ball and get a clearance and get downfield even quicker. They're just running out this clock with 10 seconds remaining. We're already down to 5 remaining. This is done and dusted. Momentum shifters are going to be getting the sweep. And for me, the most convincing team we have seen so far, Jam.
Only wish we would have seen them more, and we're of course gonna see them more during the main event. Again, a quick reminder, $9,000 for the first team that's gonna finish in the final event, and prizes for everyone else, all the 8 teams. Bacon already found 2, but really out of all of them that we've seen today, and out of the 2 teams that have qualified, no questions about that. Momentum shifters seemingly had the day of their lives. This was Harlem Globetrotters versus a local team, and has been showing. Scene Team just was not there defensively, and Momentum Shifter, well, all too ready to execute on that.
So, ladies and gentlemen at home, we are done and dusted with the upper bracket. We can say welcome to both Momentum Shifters and ASMR Clan, as they have cemented themselves into the kickoff. 4 spots remain. One of them still up for grabs today, but you've got to make it through the lower bracket. I'm just quickly looking at this right now, Jam. There are still 7 teams. Sorry, I've got that wrong. 9 teams in the run-in for this. I missed the 2 teams, of course, Kings and CN Team, pushing their way on through further down into the bracket, but still 1 spot between 9. That is an uncomfortable position for these lads, but someone's going to come out on top, and it's going to be both Boyo and Juicy covering that. They'll be taking you through the lower bracket after this break. So everyone at home, don't go anywhere. But if you do, make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to untick that bell, whatever it is, so that you get notified when this stream goes live. Because tomorrow we'll be bringing you the Asian side, the Asian region of the kickoff, coming to you live. We've got a whole different team for that, and they are spectacular. A couple of Aussie casters coming on in Jam for that, so that's always a treat. And of course, next Saturday we'll be bringing you even more qualifier action. The following Saturday will be the finals, but from both myself, Digital Bacon, joined in the caster booth today by the Jar of Jam. It's going to be a goodbye. After this break, it'll be Juicy and Boyo bring you all the action.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the core. never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Would you lie across the sand? Many miles I took to make it. Tell me, is it left to try? Where do we run? Where do we run? Where do we run?
Welcome back, everybody, after a slightly long break. You're now joined by me, Boy Royal, and of course, Juicy, for the second half of the Middle East Kickoff qualifiers. And well, we've had some pretty exciting matches so far in the upper bracket, Juicy, and we are hopefully not going to have anything different for the lower.
I mean, I would like to see something different in the lower. We had 2 sweeps in the upper bracket, boy. Like, they were exciting. I can agree on that, but not because they were very close games. And that is something that I am looking forward to here in the lower brackets, because especially that first game with Momentum Shifters versus CN Team 1, that just really seemed like a one-sided affair. Just overall, Momentum Shifters seem to be in a completely different league than CN Team 1.
Yeah, Momentum Shifters, they came in, of course, as the #1 seed, and they've had some really good results to their name, and I wasn't really surprised they didn't take the game. CN Team 1 put up a good fight in some of the matches, but other matches they let it slip away. But Momentum Shifters, they were able to qualify for the kickoff, and ASMR Clan and their team able to qualify as well, as they were able to make it for the whole bracket, not dropping a single game. They took down the King Esports in that final match, and they also will be joining Momentum Shifters now over in the lower bracket. There's only one spot left. We'll be looking to find one more team to get it through qualifier 1. It could be 5 Head, it could be CN Team 1, it could be Dealmakers, the Flame, or the King Esports, and plenty of teams to find that last spot. We'll be looking at the CN Team versus 5 Head to see who can make it to that lower final.
Yeah, and 5 Head now on a two-game win streak, beating out ASB Team and Cryptic, both quite comfortably, is what I've heard at least. The last series was looking like it was going to be a 3-all, going all the way to overtime in that game 3, but then ended up going towards the way of Cryptic. They found a bit of a comeback. Unfortunately for them, it was only a bit of a comeback. They ended up losing that game 4 in a big fashion, so that we do see 5 Head here. And CN Team 1, like we said, we saw them in the upper finals. It didn't look that convincing there, and from what I've gathered, they aren't necessarily going to play with the same players that they played on during that upper bracket finals, since they played with Ali there. However, Ali is also playing in Assault Mine currently versus Noli, I believe. He was 2-0 up back when we went live. I was having a little preview there. But yeah, a bit of a mix-up in the roster, and that's always going to be interesting to see how that pans out.
A bit of a mix around, and we'll see how that turns out for the team when we get them in. We should hopefully be getting them in very, very quickly, but I guess I would ask you just for your predictions for this match, CN Team and 5 Head. I think there's an obvious answer for this one, but maybe you go more on the opposite approach.
I think it's a tough one, because 5 Had obviously going through the lower bracket slightly longer than CN Team 1 needed to. However, that can be very beneficial. CN Team 1 basically have had to wait until this match, and I feel like overall people who are able to smash their way through the lower brackets are sometimes in more of a beneficial situation than their upper bracket rivalries. And I think that's what we're going to see here. I think we're going to see the first 2 games going in towards 5 Head's favor, and then it's just a little bit too late for CN2-1 to bring it all the way back. So for me, it's going to be on 5 Head.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go the 5 Head approach as well. They had an early departure down to the lower bracket, of course, dropping again to the King Esports in that winner quarterfinal, and they were obviously a team expected to make it to the winner semis, and dropping a bit early, they have made a lower bracket run, beating Cryptic, that 4th seed ASB team, and now facing off against CN Team 1. They were able to upset SDC, that number 5 seed, to make it to the qualifying match on the semi-finals, but maybe 5 Head had a bit of momentum now coming through the lower bracket, and CN Team, after a bit of a long wait and getting destroyed by Momentum Shifters, are putting me a bit down in the dumps.
And I think even though 5 Head did lose to the Kings, that was when the Kings were still playing very well. I think when we saw the Kings in the winners final, that wasn't the Kings that I'm used to. They were very sloppy, were making a lot of mistakes, and it kind of felt like the nerves of this giant stage were really getting to them, which was very unfortunate to see, and just made it so that that was a very one-sided affair in favor of ASMR Clan. So in that regard, I really rate 5 Head here, and I think they have a good position, but it's really going to come down to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I've definitely got to agree with you, and it could go completely against how we expect, or it could go exactly how we expect, but quickly running through the rosters, over on the 5 Head side, it is Zonix, AMS, let me get the last one up, it is Mawson, and over on the CN Team 1, it is Speedy, MSH, and Doom. So, we've seen these players before, of course, and not seen 5 Head on stream over on this channel, but over on Navis's channel, he was streaming their match, and from what I've seen of them, they look pretty good. It's just, will they keep things up?
For sure, we're going to have to see the players do it themselves because I've heard that they're going to be very ready to get into the match shortly. And this is when we will see the first kickoff. It will be the matchup between CN Team 1 and their opponents on 5-head, who will get a chance to qualify in this first qualifier of the kickoff. The next few minutes will tell us exactly that.
Game number 1, CN Team faced against 5-head. We're both going in the favour of 5-head. Will CNT find that upset with 5-head starting off with early pressure? AMS just beating our defenders, tapping that in. A 1-0 start.
Great pass there by Zonix. Even better than the pass was the bump. Just getting rid of the goalie there, leaving it wide open for AMS to grab that first goal. And like we said, momentum also important. The lower bracket run on the favor of what 5-head here. And they're also the ones that find the first goal, potentially the second here. Yes, that slips in too. And an absolutely phenomenal start here for 5-head.
A great start for 5-head. The Zonix shot not been able to be found by the CN team side, and you're slipping past in defense. A little bit messy at times, but starting off 2 down 30 seconds in is not the way they want to go, and they've got to get a move on already. Otherwise, they could just see 5-head running away with this. AMS will take the ball high. They're trying to find another touch. A demo on Doom. A launch up field. Speedy rushing back. Saved by Zazonic, and AMS, the drop down, the pass out centre, the ball goes high, Speedy waiting back, and will he live up to his name? Rushing up the field and find a second touch. A good 50-50, a great follow up, but Doom can't make it in time if they're going to have to back off to the side. 1 minute in, 2-0, 5-head, that could quickly be extended upon.
For sure, and Speedy, for me, is the player to look at in this CN Team 1 squad, because obviously he is the replacement for Ali in this matchup. He's the one that has to prove themselves, basically, and some players really thrive under that. When they suddenly get the chance to show what they're capable of at the absolute highest level, they step up. But right here, Speedy can't really do it yet because he can't find that save there, and it's 3-0 for 5-head.
Mawson to pass down to AMS, and another goal found for 5-head, puts him 3-0 up already. They are storming away with game number 1, and we've got some great passes coming out, and pretty good shots as well. CN team, they need to get a move on attack, and the defense, they need to do a little bit better.
They need to do better for sure here, Boyo. The first minute and a half just completely in 5-head's favors. There was 2 shots on the side of CN Team 1, but they weren't all too dangerous. Now, a great passing play. Oh, if Masoon did find the touch there, that would have been beautiful. Now on the other side, has tried to do the exact same thing, but neither team really finding the great goals with these redirects.
Tap up high, MSH out to the side, Speedy rushing for the ball. He's just not going to make it in time. Doom to clear away upfield. Hit by AMS, and Lawson trying to bring the ball out of centre. MSH upfield once more. Speedy will just flip past and 0 boost in the tank. He's not going to make it in time. Half the game gone. 3-0 in the favour of 5-head, and OCN team, they've only took 4 shots, but none have been particularly threatening. And instead, Mawson, he might find another shot. It's to the backboard, but AMS went a piece of it on his own. Tries to slam it into the backboard. That's not going to work out, but the pressure will remain either way.
He tried to help out his teammate there, but that was very tough to help him out in that situation. It ended up hindering him more than anything, I believe. But overall, I think 5-head is very strong in this first game. However, I'd like to see them keep it up because it has become more sloppy throughout the game so far. Yes, they're ahead 3 goals, and yes, they're probably going to win this game, even if they end up doing nothing for the rest of it. But you want to keep that momentum. You want to not give Team 1 any real chance to get back into the series. That's how they keep up the pressure. What a goal there! I don't even know how that went in.
Must have just freestyling out there, staying with a pass upfield from Zazonic. About 10 spins in a row, a great touch. It's 4-0 to 5-head. Mawson, what on earth was that?
I wasn't even expecting that in the slightest. I would have loved to call it, but that shot was absolutely crazy. A pre-flit very, very far away, working out into the favor of Mawson. And I think that's really showing so far how 5F is approaching this game. And like I said, I didn't want them to slow down, and they haven't.
A drop down, Mawson. The launch away, out to Doom. The ball will go high, AMS. Trying to get a touch on it. Sends that to the back wall, looking for the dribble away, the drop down. Speedy, bringing it around the corner, a 50-50, working out with the follow-up, not there in time. Doom gets a demo on Mawson, but falls back to MSH, and they'll take it high. This their CN team, they need a goal to get a bit of momentum, and they're not going to bring back this game, but a consolation goal at least would be something for them. A Speedy off the sidewall, looking to force it away through. A pass out to Doom, it could finally be a chance, but save once again. If 5-8 are too good at the moment.
For sure. I think overall it's very interesting to see how this Eastern region as a whole has been performing today. Their performance have been absolutely stellar. It's one of the first times that they get to play for such big prizes. I mean, obviously this isn't the actual event yet, but it is the qualifier to show what you're capable of and get into that absolute highest tier of Rocket League there is, which is very interesting. And overall their mechanics have just been so good. The speed on some teams right here has been absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, 5-8 have shown some great speed. They're very quick to the ball, able to find these goals when just the defender a bit too slow in their approach, can't make it back in time. But with that goal going in from AMS, that's going to put it 5-0 to 5-head. Game number 1, well, I think we can safely say game 1's going to go to them now. With 15 seconds left, they're waiting for that clock to run out. And can CN team do any better in game 2, or will they face a similar fate?
It's going to be tough. Well, if I were to call it, I'd say we're going to see another one-sided game. Then we're going to see a bit of a comeback, but it isn't going to be enough. That's exactly what I said before the series started, and that is what I still believe in. And I think overall 5-head were always going to be my personal favorites to take this, but the entire way that has been going with them running through the lower brackets, and then also there not being Ali on the side of a CN Team 1, it's just going to be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult for CN team to come back from a loss like that. That was not a fun loss to say the least. I don't think I'd want to be them in this situation, but they've got to give it their best shot. They're running out of life. It's the best of 5. Oh, CN team, they've got some work to do.
For sure, because it's not just enough for them to crack it up one notch, because overall it just felt like this one was completely in the control of 5-head. They were the ones that created the best chances. They were the ones with a better defense. They found each other with passing plays, and CNT 1 was just forced to react to everything. They never really had any real incentive in the game. It just felt like they were chasing tails, and that tail was from 5-head, and they couldn't bite in it any single time.
Well, as we head for game number 2. 5-head, of course, they have the series now in their favour, but can they find that match point? I will CN team be able to equalise. I think it's going to be very tough for CN team. It just didn't look good enough that first game, but they've got to turn it around now or never, really.
Yeah, for sure, it's going to happen for them sooner rather than later, because if it ends up being later, they are down 2 games, and it will be a tough task, to say the least. Let's see which of these players can step up to the task. That is not the way to do it on the side of 5-head. They get away with it very nicely, though. Mawson went back just in time, wasn't trusting his teammate. Normally, I would count that as a mistake, but it working out very nicely for him here.
Launch up field, AMS with the drop down to Mawson, not going to work out, but this is on it. Rushing to the ball, beat out by MSH, an attack for CN team. They're being a lot more aggressive, and that's exactly what I wanted to see. The aggression there, they're getting the shots off, and they're getting good shots at that. 1-0 to CN team.
I don't know how that worked out. All 3 players so far upfield. Speedy even going for the demo as well, even when his 2 teammates were just sat there in offense, but it worked out, so I won't complain too much. However, in any other world, that could have been a goal at the completely different side. CNT1 though, they are leading in this game too.
Drop down, AMS, they clear out to the side, looking for that quick equaliser on the side of 5-head. They're looking like a different team at the moment. They're beating 5-head to ball. They're taking good shots. That was so close, but it's barely off the post. But I'm already liking this CN team side better in just the first minute of game 2. That's a mistake.
Oh!
They might be punished, but the corner saving them barely. 1-0 still to CN team. 5-head are going to be annoyed they didn't get that one. When the ball drops down, I clear away once more. And Morrison backing off. Bet by MSH. Round at the back wall and MSH. Have to try and look for another chance to the backboard. Speedy, a launch away. 90 seconds off the clock. 1-0 to CN team. 5-head are looking for this equaliser, but they just cannot find their way to it.
No, they can't find it. They should have, though. That chance from AMS was absolutely massive, yet he couldn't put it in. I don't know how not. I think that one was easier to miss than it was to score. Very unlucky on the side of 5-head. The pressure that they're mounting right now has been superb. The rotations on point. They're creating chance after chance. Another bump, finally finding the goal. It's Musson who gets credit for it.
A great bump by AMS, clearing out the defender. There was no space halfway in the net and not facing the right way. A great bump, finds the equaliser for 5-head. A 1-1 game, 3 minutes left. Been able to tie things up. Can they take the lead? CN team are looking better. Can they capitalise? Yes, they can. 2-1, they've got their lead back.
Super quick turnaround here for CNT1. It's a bit of a mistake after the kickoff, some miscommunication. And Mosen, he was the man of the match just until 20 seconds ago, but now he gets scored and was just a tad too high on that post. Couldn't find the save. Now CNT1 leading here once more in this game 2.
Coming around the corners is Onyx. He'll find the save, but another chance for Doom. Up high, Speedy away underneath the drop down, trying to bring it centre, but no one received the pass. MSH will come in a little bit slowly and he will get a touch on it. Speedy will try and continue their play. Shot down. A counter attack opportunity for Moston. If he can just find the pass out centre, he takes things too slow. Be out to the ball and the clear away. 2 minutes left. 2-1 to CN team. And that's it. I needed them to change from that game 1. They've done exactly that. But can they hold on to find this win?
Yeah, I really thought it was going to take them long after that game 1. That looked super rusty, but they just decided, let's go guys, we know we're quick, we know we can get balls if we set our mind to it, and that's exactly what they did. Very well done on them for turning it around, but they're not out of the water yet. Right now it is 5-head, cranking up the pressure, shot in, Mossen once more finding the second for his team. We're all squared up at 2-2.
2-2 scoreline, 1 minute, 43 seconds left. Mawson can find the equaliser. CN team, they need this game. I don't think they can get the reverse sweep. They need this game. And they now have a deficit. Straight off the kickoff, a huge miss off the side. Just tapping that in, and 5-head have the lead. Oh, CN team have threw away this game.
Mawson was so important that he scored that one because his teammate in AMS, I'm going to call him out, completely missed back boost and he was taking a long time to recover, but that doesn't matter if your teammates just end up scoring. And yet again they score. No, what a save there from the Whom, making sure that we stay close just for a little while longer. Another bump though. Now AMS can't find a dunk. We're still at 2-3, still a chance right here for CN Team 1, but they do need to score now soon.
Got to go soon. MSH taking the ball upfield, not going to count it.
Oh!
They can't find the second touch. Doom, looking for the clear away, the ball will drop down. Beatty, up high, it clears to the side wall. Watson will find the save, the drop down to AMS, looking for that counter attack, extend their lead to 2. The ball goes high, a drop down. Pass upfield, Speedy not going to work out. MSH trying to find the opening, but the pressure remains as on to the go in. 4-2 to 5-head. 50 seconds left. CN team. This is not looking good anymore.
Oh my. It was so close for so long in this game, but now 5-head just gone and ran away with it. The first few minutes really seemed to be in CN Team 1's favor. Even when they ended up conceding, they immediately scored again. But after that, it's just been the game from 5-head. They're beating CN Team 1 to every single ball, keeping up pressure. The 15s are on point. And that way, they've just completely dominated the rest of this game too.
The ball off the sidewall. The drop down. Zazonics a shot once more. Saved by Speedy. Up high. The drop down. Doom to the sidewall. Can they try and find the follow-up? He get a good touch in time. Follow. Mawson a great save. Saving the game for 5 players. There's only 20 seconds left. 2 goals needed. CN team, they cannot do it in time now. Off the corner. One last chance, but Zazonics to clear away. Oh, CN team. They're going to be having to get in the reverse sweep now. Is 5 heads. They're going to be 2-0 up, match point in their favour as they are going to take game 2.
Aye. And we were talking about how big the issue was right here for CN Team 1 before this game already started. We said they need to get everything together. They need to make sure that they pick it up this next game. And for the start of the game, it looked like that was exactly what they were doing. But then halfway through the game, it just kind of started to switch. I think Mawson just turned on his monitor or something because it was all over from then on out.
Mawson with a MVP performance by a long shot. A hat-trick and 1 assist, 2 saves, that shot's 100% goal participation. That man could not be stopped as soon as he got into the groove. Game number 3, CN team. It's their last life. They need a reverse sweep now, otherwise they're going to be out.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we're going to see 3 out of 3 in terms of sweeps. It's either going to be, well, I mean, maybe CNT won't take 1 game, but I think they either lose the next one, which I think is the most likely scenario, or they win all 3 of them because 5 had just given up. That's gonna be my prediction, but I'd love to hear what everyone else is thinking. I think at this point it's very hard to look past 5 head with the way that they've performed. At least in that first game, completely clean. Then the second game, you start off quite weakly, and then you bring it back in such a fashion that really shows how versatile this team is too.
Well, as we get into game number 3, 5 head, they could find the sweep and bring themselves 1 step closer to qualifying, heading to the lower semi-final. CN team, they of course need that reverse sweep. This has got to be the game they win, otherwise it's done for them.
We'll have to see whether the fairy tale will stop here for CN Team 1 and will turn into a nightmare, or if they can actually rewrite this story and make themselves the hero right here. It's Mawson, who has a good sort of MSH. It was actually getting a good save. Speedy now a flick on the other side, but AMS with some great defense. Zonic now tries to set up his own attack. Doesn't get 50, but gets it straight past his opponent. Some good reads on both sides on what the opponents are doing. Both sides really looking to try and get that bumps and demos going, but they're not succeeding yet.
Speedy will find the save, the clear away. Mawson just passing that back as AMS trying to back off. Speedy launching him for the ball, not going to get in time. AMS with the follow-up, the drop down, saved by MS, taken by the pressure. Going to try and keep it up. The Zonics, he's taking the ball high. He wants us win in game 3. The drop down, not going to work out. Doom will find the save. And a clear towards it on net. Doom rushing for the ball, no boost in the tank, a pass out centre. MSH can finish 1-0 to the CN team.
Once again, they find a really good start here. To whom with a good pass just pinched into the middle for MSH to follow up, but and a very big but of that. Last game we saw the exact same thing. A great start by CMT1. They went up 2 there, but it wasn't good enough. So right here, they cannot sit idly by. They need to keep this pressure going, and they need to find at least 1 more goal if they want to win this game.
Well, the ball drops down in front of net. The pressure's starting to come out once more. 5 head looking for this. But a pinch away. MSH leaves the ball. That's good to win. Didn't find the second goal, but a huge pinch away. 2-0 to CN team.
That's a great pinch. The Hume gets an absolute monstrous 50-50 there with his immediate opponent. And a 2-0 here for CN Team 1, exactly what we were asking for them. Only a minute and a half past, putting themselves in a great position, but a position that they do need to keep up. They cannot ever back down here, because if they do that, it might just very well be game over for them.
MSH Looking for that drop down, looking for that empty space. Speedy up high. A pass down to MSH once more. Leader for Doom. That's a shot to the backboard. Dealt with well by Zazonic and a drop down to Mawson. Looking for that pass in centre. Off the backboard. The clear away by Speedy. As the ball goes high.
Oh,
Steering. Oh.
I was hoping for that, the ceiling pinch into the shot. That would have been absolutely gorgeous. Ball just kind of popping a bit too far away from him there, but great try on the side of Musson. Everything's been working so far for him this game. This particular play, not perfect, but a great try nonetheless.
Another launch up field. CN team looking to find that free goal, leading the ball. Bounce it off the sidewalls. It's on his launch up field. Half the game gone. 2 goals in it. CN team, they could find a third. Speedy leader for MSH. Shot going wide. The thought from Doom not there in time. AMS. A launch up field. A chance now in Mawson with a drop down to the backboard. Doom misses the touch. AMS another chance saved by MSH.
Oh, counter.
Speedy, the drop down. MSH out to the corner, not working out. 2-0 still to CN team. Oh, 5-8 have got close, but CN team have got close as well.
Yeah, it's been on both sides now, and I think that's going to be the rest of the game, hopefully. Oh, double touch to whom? What a pinch out there from the last defender. That was absolutely gorgeously done. Very great defense, but I think overall we're going to see this back and forth Rocket League for the rest of this game, because 5-8 desperately looking for the goal, trying and overcommitting for it, so he keeps seeing counter attacks. To whom this time? Get it saved out. AMS has to go up, finds 7. He can't really follow it up nicely past to Zazonix though. But it's all just grasping at straws. It's not good enough yet. This one neither, just gets saved by. And so far, 2 goals up still for CMT1 with a minute to go.
Pinch away, 5 heads. They want this game free, but at the moment it's not working out for MSH. The rush back, the pass to the side. Mawson a good touch on it, will keep the pressure going, but beat to the ball. A shot from Speedy, saved by Zazonix. And Mawson off the sidewall. A clear away, met by AMS. The ball will go high. 5 heads, they just cannot get an attack at the moment. Constantly getting shot down by CN team. This is so much better. Game 1, game 2. Game 1, of course, it was a struggle. Game 2, they were looking better. Game 3, this is the best I've seen CN team look so far. But another chance. Speedy, an excellent save. The drop down. 30 seconds left. 3-0 to CN team. I think they may have a series on our hands, Jose.
Yeah, I think we finally seen them woken up. Unless we see a quick goal here, I think it is pretty much done and over. But 5-8 is desperately looking for it, but the defense still holding on strong here. AMS tries it once again. Gets saved to the side. MSH now. AMS popping it up. And one more shot maybe, but with only a few more seconds to go, it will be over in this game. CNT1 does take game 3.
Game number 3 goes to CNT. And a step closer to that reverse sweep. They need every win they can get now. They're a third of the way there. But it's not going to get any easier. 5-8 are not going to let things go. CN team, a good start. Close.
They're not even halfway there. You could say they're a third of the way there, but even that I think is being very generous to them, because it's a severe task, and I don't think 5-8 will be looking to give this one out of hands, because let's face it, this was their first match point. They still have 2 more to go, and I'm fully expecting them to be the team that does take it all the way, because even though they lost 2-0 here, those were 2 goals very quick in succession, and they had a lot of chances during the game. They had 7 shots in total, 5 only on the side of CNT1. So I think overall, their pressure was all right. The only thing that I could really applaud CNT1 for is the fact that they figured out how to counter 5-8. 5-8, very strong when they get the pressure, so don't allow them to get pressure. Just make sure that you contest everything in midfield, and you're in a much better position.
Well, for game number 4, CN team, they've done it once. We know they can do it again, but will they do it again?
I don't know. It's a hard one to call. I think they definitely stepped it up the last game, and I would love to see more from them. But whether it's going to be enough to go further on in this bracket and potentially make it into the kickoff, that remains to be seen. I think Five had won the slice of that pie for themselves. All right, here, a very even kickoff to start us off with. Whom puts it onto backboard. Speedy can't follow it up now. Now it's a 3v1, just one defender. MSH, can he do it? And he can. Puts it to the side. First chance there for Five. That probably should have been a goal, but it wasn't. Great defense.
Good bump at 10, not working out, and Doom now on the counter-attacking. Clear it away, dropping down. Zazoni just waiting for an opportunity to strike, but MSH will take it. Oh, a great back control right there, met by AMS and Zazonix. Beats out one to the back wall, lays it centre. Mawson coming in, the ball will try. No follow-up in time. MSH looking for that clear away. Speedy, there to follow up. Beats out one to the backboard. 1 minute in, no goal score, but that could be changing very soon. CN team are on the attack, hunting for a goal. A huge backflip by Zazonix. Not going to be punished upon. To the backboard now. A chance for Mawson. A small try to the crossbar. That's going to be in. 105 hit.
You can't just do that to people. These guys have families. You can't just completely decimate 3 opponents there. Absolutely brilliant play there from Mawson. Great first goal, and 5 others straight back into this.
Destroyed though, their ankle, I guess, is the one way to put it. Is Doom with a queen out, over to Speedy, that's to the back, but a 4-1 not there in time. AMS, a launch back to the net, saved by MSH. Doom needs to find that save, the pressure still on. Zazonix, in the ball, coming centre. Speedy upfield, looking for a second touch, 90 seconds in. 1 out of 5 head, CN team. They're not good at coming back from a deficit. So they're going to have to do something different this time around. Game 1 and 2. They couldn't come back from a deficit. Game 3, they had to lead the whole way through. Can they do any better this time? We get 3 minutes to do so. They are on attack. The shots, they need to be good. We know they can make them good. But we need to see this in Game 4.
And I think the biggest issue so far has been the fact that Speedy just doesn't seem to be playing exact same way that Ali did, and it's hard as well. It's not on him at all, but it makes it so that the passing plays aren't really working. And AMS now flip reset, almost gets it past one. A lot of fakes coming out on the side of Five Head. Almost another brilliant goal coming out from them, but they're still forced on the defense right now because the pressure just keeps shifting both sides. Both teams really looking for that goal and not wanting to back down any millimeter.
Doing the drop down, MSH's shot saved by Mawson. Put away. Speedy will make the ball up high off the side while the drop down centre, the follow up. Doom can't make it in time. The Zonics will find the queen away. The counter attack now. The throw off the crossbar is going to go in. It's 2-0-5 hit.
And I think it's going to be the end coming up near, because 6 shots on the side of Five Head, all the pressure on their side. Already 4 saves out of CN Team 1 and 2 goals on the sides of Five Head. Only 2 more minutes remain in this tournament's live for CN Team 1. I'm afraid they have to make it count. They need to find a goal soon. Speedy will try and find this one onto the back, but they need to stay through. MSH, yet one more live here for CN Team 1.
1 goal in it, 2 minutes left. CN Team still alive. They still have a chance to take Game 4, but they've got to act fast. They've got 2 minutes, 1 goal needed. They cannot let anything else slip by. CN Team, give us a Game 5, come on.
I want a Game 5 so bad here. At least we've already got more games than they got in the upper bracket. But a Game 5 here would be absolutely beautiful. Both teams really popping off now. They at their absolute best. It one's dropped down, almost the third goal. Let's go in. Zazonix doesn't care about CN Team 1 dreams. He's the one that finishes off another goal here.
Zazonix just forcing it away through MSH. Dim couldn't find the save either. The 2-goal lead reinstated. 1 minute, 50 seconds left. 3-1 for Five Head. The match points in their favour. This could be the end of CN Team's run, but they still have time. They've just got to score soon. 90 seconds, 2 goals needed. They're on attack. They've got to do it soon, otherwise it's game over.
AMS, this could be game over. Zazonix, oh, he can't score that. Another I've added to the tally. They're looking like cats right now on the side of CN Team 1. Every single time you think this is going to be game over, they find one more gap, but they need 2 more in a minute. It's going to be a tough situation for them. They need to find a goal soon. This is not looking like it. A great save on the side of NMSH though. Only that one still. Speedy now, setting one up for himself, doesn't have any boost. The Whom takes it over, can find the ball into the middle. But a great pinch there from AMS, making sure that it doesn't go across net. And it's looking more and more like it's finally over for 5head.
AMS putting the ball down, fed by Speedy. Zazonix in the midfield will get a touch. Zoom looking for the drop away. MSH pushing up field, a good 50-50. AMS sends that to the corner, just stalling for time now. There's 30 seconds left, 2 goals needed. I just don't think CN team can make it in time as the ball goes high. Morrison the drop down, saved by Dooms. Zazonix another chance, just blasting shots to net. Seeing they don't have any hope left now, that's going to be the series at this stage. They need 2 goals in 15 seconds. They just can't do it anymore, Juicy.
It is done. It is over. It's only a question, are we going to see 4? And the answer given by Zazonix is yes. 5head secure their place onto the next round.
4-1 to 5heads. That's going to be the game, and that is going to be the series. CN team, they don't have enough time to come back. 9 seconds left, they're waiting for the clock to die out now. Oh, CN team, they put on a good effort. We'll be seeing 5head move on to the loser semi-finals, looking to find that last qualifying spot for the Kickoff ME for today. They could be our 3rd team qualifying from Qualifier 1. They've got 1 more match to win now.
And it's gonna be a rematch, boyo, because as the brackets tell us, the Kings Esports 3-0'd the Flame in the other semi-final, losers quarter-final, excuse me. So, which means that we have both our teams for the losers semi-final, which is a repeat of the winners semi-final. So that's going to be an interesting one. That one already went all the way to game 5. So I think looking forward to that one. We're going to have a very close series. But to just close this game out, I think the best thing about 5head so far is the fact that mainly Mosen and Zazonix have both really showed off big in a couple of games. That second game was all Mosen, and then this game 4 was all Zazonix. So I think in that regard, they got different carries, and I'm looking at the same people to really step up during that match for the qualifying spot.
It was a good showing from the whole 5head side. A few chances they could have acted upon a little bit better. But they will be moving on to the lower semis. As you said, that rematch against the King Esports that went to 5 last time around. Will it be a similar story? We will be heading to a quick break while we get things set up. Be sure to stick around. That is going to be a good match.
the sand. Many miles I took to make it. Tell me, is it left to try? Where do we run? Where do we run? Where do we run?
Welcome back, everybody. It is, of course, me, Boyle Royal, joined still by Juicy. And it's time for our lower semi-final match, our last match of the night. Five Head versus the King Esports, a rematch. I'll go the same way, Juicy.
It's going to be a very tough call, especially as we saw the last series. I think Five Head overall, especially in the first two games, looked super strong, and I thought it was going to be a clean sweep, and then they kind of dropped the ball in that game 3, and game 4, yes, they ended up winning, but it didn't really look anything like they played that first two games, and I think that's overall been the really the story for them the entire bracket, because if we do look back at that previous rematch, it was them dropping the first two games. Then yes, they took 2 games back, but it was a little bit too late, and they just seem to be sort of inconsistent so far. So I think that is what's going to do their head in here. I think that's what I probably have the Kings Esports here to win it, but it's going to be a good matchup for sure with 2 very strong teams.
I'm going to go the other way from you, Juicy. It may be a rematch, and the King Esports may have won it before. I'm going to go in favour of the five head squad. I think they made this lower bracket run. They've forced you to Cryptic. They've beat CN Team, who I think are looking a lot better than they were seeded at 13. And they're facing the King Esports again. I think the five head can do this, and I may be proven wrong, as the King Esports is of course a very strong squad, but I think they can do it. And of course, a quick recap of that upper bracket. Momentum Shifters, they able to make that through as the number 1 seed in ASMR Clan. They will make it through as that number 2 seed. So we head into our game. A quick rundown of the rosters. Over on the 5 head side is, of course, as we saw them before, Mawson, AMS and Zazonix. The King Esports being B2SL and Waddy. And
bit of an issue there. That doesn't matter. We're going to be restarting this, and we're going to get into the game. And this matchup, you were talking about the rosters, of course, and I think if we were to pick out people on both sides, it's something that I always like to do. Pick out who I think you should be watching to really put in a very stellar performance, or for any other reason. I think on the side of 5 head, it would be for me, Mossam. Yeah, played very well, especially in the second game in their quarter-final on the losers' side, but overall just very strong, very solid. But then I'm wondering, who do you have on the side of Kings Esports?
Over on the side of King Esports, Waddy is a player that certainly has caught my eye, but an opening goal off of a bump from, when I get the names wrong, I apologise, it is Tolum, yes. Buzzle is able to find the opener for the Kings Esports, a 1-0 start, 30 seconds in. Good start for the Kings Esports, a great play, linking up well, the bumps working out great, but Mawson, he can do just as well, a shot of his own with a pass from AMS, a 1-1 game just like that.
I mean, that's why I say to watch him, because that's a beautiful shot into the top corner behind Worry as well. Unsavable, that one, in a good comeback on the side of 5 head, making sure that they're not training for too long.
1 apiece, 40 seconds in, the ball goes high. Talon in the midfield, dropping it down. The zone is up high. Merson, past one, dropping it down with a split reset. Worry will find the save up high. AMS continuing the pressure. Another chance, up high once more. Now to the back wall, a demo on Zazonix, and Marcel clear away with the help of Worry. The ball will go high. The drop down in front of net. Talon will find the save. Flick over ASM. Coming in, putting the pressure on once more. Out centre, nothing working out. 5-8 looking for that chance. Hayden. That save keeps the game 1-apiece. 90 seconds in, 1-1.
And just to recap on the winners brackets a little bit more, we did see King Esports losing out in the winners final. That's what brought them back into this match. This is why they're facing 5-head, and I think overall that game was just very sloppy from them, really unlike what we've seen from them before. Overall, I think they're a very strong roster with some very strong individuals as well, but not afraid to pull out those team plays as well. They know where their teammates are. It just really didn't seem to be working for them against the ASMR clan. They had a couple of very sloppy mistakes, kind of mistakes that we just saw Talon make, and I really want to see them just clean up those mistakes, not miss the balls like that where you know they can hit it, they just somehow miss it.
Gonna take the ball up there with the help from Talon. The ball will drop down centre. AMS lurking around, ready for an opportunity. The zone is bringing it off the corner. The pass in centre. Talon will find the save. Past one, past another. Pushing back. The ball will go high. Pass will drop down. Saved by Zazone. It's a counter attack. Will find the goal. 2-1 to 5-8. They take the lead.
Good lead there, especially that pass by Zazonix. The fact that he read that touch beautifully, perfectly, and just dropping that ball straight down to be finished off by his teammates. A good shot there and a good goal on the side of 5-head. They are now leading in this match 1 for qualifying for the absolute beast of a tournament that is the Kickoff.
The ball in centre, Bassel up high, bet by 1. Basson dropping things down centre. Warrior save, can he get a second touch past AMS? 2 minutes left in the clock. The Kings Esports trailing by 1. The drop down, the pass out centre, the shot from Dazonic, saved by 1, even the pressure over Mawson to the backboard. Another shot, that's going to be in. AMS puts 5-head, 3-1 up.
What a pressure coming out from 5-head. We saw in their previous game as well, just banging shot after shot, and sometimes the pass in between, which just makes it almost impossible to read for the King Esports side to realize what's going on. Beautiful their play there on the side of 5-head. They're fully in control of this game 1. We're going to have to see a different Kings Esports for the next games to come, because what they're showing so far is not going to be enough.
Target, the Orange will find a 4, but 4-1 5-head. They are running away with game number 1. Oh, King Esports, not a good start.
That double demo for sure made it so much harder for King Esports. Double demo coming on the name of AMS, and I think overall that is something that we've seen a lot from today. Overall, the teams are really willing to go all out in terms of aggressive play with bombs and demos coming out in a multitude from all teams. Very different sort of approach to the game, but very interesting to see and working out very well as well, especially here for 5-8, leading 4-1, make that 5-1.
Oh!
Save by Talon.
Talon, what a save. It's 4-1 to 5-head. 1 minute left. The King Esports pretty much have to score now if they want any time to take in this game. Otherwise, it's going to go in favour of 5-head, and it'll be the King Esports time to try and fight it back from the deficit. Last time the two teams played, of course, it went to game 5. King Esports took that in game number 5. But King Esports, they took game 1 and 2. 5-head were looking for the reverse sweep, but could not win it in that very last game. It's not going to be happening the same way this time, as 5-head will take game 1, starting off in a very strong first game.
Yeah, very strong game for sure, and with the way that this game has gone, it's almost hard to know how King Esports won this first matchup between the two teams, because right now it is just all 5-head, like the name implies. 5 goals for 5-head.
A 5th goal for 5-head, 5-1. That's the game over. They take game 1 in some point. With 18 seconds left, it's all for stage. They're 1-0 up in the series. Last time they were, of course, the dominant lead they got was shut down pretty quickly. Will that be the same this series? 5-1 win. A very, very strong start Right, the Kings Esports, can they come back from it?
I think the biggest issue so far in this first game for me definitely has been the double commits coming out from the Kings Esports side. It wasn't just 5head playing well, it was also the Kings Esports just not showing up at all. And this is what we talked about before the previous game as well. The difference of being on a roll and having momentum going through the lower bracket where you just keep playing game and then you're done with your previous game. Oh, your next game is ready. You can start playing that. Whereas Kings Esports going down from the winners final, then having to wait all this time to actually play their game. And you can't really start playing other games as well because there's not always other teams that are ready to scrim or that are ready to help you warm up, which just makes it really hard to stay in that competitive groove and stay at the level that you need to be in for that first game.
Well, for game number 2, the Kings Esports, they know they can beat this 5head team. They've done it before. They can do it again. But will they do it again? That is the real question. Oh, 5head not made it easy so far. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and I think mainly the pressure just coming out from 5head is really hard to deal with, not just for the Kings Esports in with this one particular game, but it has been for all the opponents that they've been facing so far. It's a team that just keeps shooting, that keeps grabbing your boost and give that pass eventually when you're completely stuffed, there's no one around to make the save. That's when they really strike, and it's working out absolutely beautifully for them.
Game number 2. 5head, the King Esports. Last chance to qualify for Qualifier 1. I would expect to see these teams again either way for Qualifier 2. That's a good start for the Kings Esports. 5 seconds in, right off the kickoff, 1-0.
I think Mawson there was expecting the shot to come in, but it didn't. It's just put wide by Basil, making it more of a pass than it was a shot. Great vision there by him, and we were asking, what do they need to do? What does King Esports need to change in order to get back into this series? I would say a quick kickoff goal off of the start of the game is exactly that, what they need.
Good momentum change about a bump in nets. Up to game. Just a shot on target is all we used to do as a defender. Nowhere to be seen thanks to that bump from Mawson. 1-1, 30 seconds in, an insanely quick equaliser.
Yeah, as quick as the first goal was, this one just as quick and rolled back squared with only 30 seconds played. Both teams seem to have waken up after that first game, and that we saw 5head obviously really just controlling the entire game, getting chance after chance, but it's been changed because right now Basil getting a beautiful shot. That one is saved, where he'll try it again. Backboard isn't red, so Sonic puts it straight up. Now onto the other side, he'll be the first one on that ball, but a good block from the Talon makes sure that right now we're still keeping it at 1-1.
One apiece, 4 minutes left. A launch up field from Talon, met in the midfield. The drop down, Talon a chance. Oh, Mawson. What a save, barely making it back in time. But Basil can keep things going. Trying to get a pass as honestly will find the save. Round the corner it will go. Mawson, a drop down, up the corner, the pressure will remain. The Kings Esports looking to take the lead. Up high, Basil coming in, not making it in time. Talon a shot, slipping by. It's 2-1, the 5-head defend looking lost.
The slipping by, I think, is the perfect way to describe this. It wasn't a hard shot. It just did the trick. It was past all the defenders. It's some good pressure on the side of Kings Esports. This is exactly how 5head like to play as well. Now they don't have the answer to the question that's been asked.
90 seconds in, there's only for the drop. Upfield it will go. AMS to the side of the wall. The drop down from Talon, looking for that opening to take the 2 goal. It's over to the back wall. No one up in time. Most of it is clear out to the side, but Worry lurking around, waiting for a touch. Come on, Mawson, though. We'll give Worry some time. Taking things slow. AMS barely flipping by. The Zorni's up high. Looking for the bump on the goalkeeper. Cannot find it in time. The pressure will remain. 5head. They want this equaliser. The Zorni might be the man to find it, but the shot is saved. Mawson will keep things going. Looking for the pass to AMS. The Kings Esports, they're doing well in defense, but they need to get on offense a little bit more. Up high, the drop down to the ceiling, the follow-up not there in time. Boston to AMS, another chance to the backboard. The follow-up is still not there in time. 5-bit, they need to be faster. They're getting so close.
You're telling it to go faster. Have you seen how fast they're going already? I don't know if they can go much faster. But we'll see exactly that as AMS pops it up into the middle. Sonics, Mossen once more backboard. Just keeps going up. It just keeps going over. Right now, I would like to see one of the teams try something different. Try and play it slow. Try and outplay your opponent rather than just try and let them outplay themselves with all the shots that you're putting in.
Up high it will go. AMS putting up field and met by where did they drop down?
Oh!
Oh, it's barely slipping by. Zazoni is looking for that queen away. He'll try and take it high. Battle in the midfield, a good turn, but Talon's up off the side, will beat out to the ball. They drop down. Martin all by himself over the bumper. Worry, oh, a play, but Battle. Oh, what a save. Talon keeps it out. Up high, the queen away. How have they been let away with that one?
What is going on? The Kings Esports there getting very, very fortunate with their touch. It's a double save, I believe, on the side of Basel. Absolutely crazy. Wasn't calculated, wasn't meant, but it worked out. 3 up on the side of 5-head now. They're very aggressive, they're very quick, but they need to keep the communication up when they're doing it, because right now they're making it tougher for their teammates. Talon with a crazy touch gets it up high, can find another one. Awesome, great save there, and we remain at 1-2.
5-head, they took game 1, but game 2 not a similar affair at the moment. 2-1, that might be slipping by, but it's a bit too far away. The shot of the crossbar, Basel can finish it off. It's 3-1 to the Kings Esport. They are looking to tie up this series.
AMS couldn't find that save. He was looking for it, wanted to get the touch, had 0 boost, made it very hard, and Basel finishes it off. 3-1 now with a minute to go. There is still time for 5-head, but they need a good kickoff, and that's not what they get. They get themselves onto the back foot. Good pass, good banger out of the field though. Rasmussen, the great redirect.
Up high the ball will go. Basel to drop down, sending it centre. Talon waiting for a chance. It's 3-1 to the Kings Esports. They just have to hold on, but AMS looking to see otherwise they drop down. Over to Zazonics, up high to the backboard. Talon the queen away. Still waiting. A tap up high, met by Basel to the sidewall. AMS. They are looking for this goal. They want to go 2-0 up. The time running out. They drop down. It's a goal. Boston, they are still in this.
Oi, 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 Kings, you cannot miss that. Never with both of them. None of them just waiting for the teammates. See what's going to happen. Both of them go up, both of them miss. And 2-3, now you've given another chance to 5-head. And if they manage to bring this game back, I think that could very well be serious, because that is morale destroyed. Kings Esports will not be wanting to let that happen, but AMS has ideas for him. And Talon gets it all the way back to the side. Flip reset as well. This gets it past his Onyx though. Great save on his side. 3 seconds now. 2-1. And as soon as this drops, Kings is back into the series. But one more chance maybe on the side of 5-head. No, this drops down. And we are 1-1.
1 apiece, the Kings Esports. They're able to take game 2. Close at the end, but they did persevere. They take the win. Game number 3. Everything's even now. What way will it go? I am really not sure.
It's hard to tell, because it feels like whoever gets that first stint of pressure is going to score eventually. You've seen it so many times now, where one of the teams gets the ball, gets a couple of decent chances, and then you're forcing your opponents into some saves. They don't get a great clear. They can't really take it slow out of their defense, and then you keep that up. You keep throwing that ball onto the backboard, and eventually you will score. And that's exactly what we've seen both teams try out, and both teams succeed.
Well, game number 3 is going to be a very telling game of the series. It's tied up on 1 apiece. The winner will be heading to match point. The loser will have to fight their way back. That was a great second game there. I really enjoyed that one. I hope to see more of that for the rest of the series.
For the sake of the Kings Esports, I just really hope that it's going to be cleaner towards the next game, because they were 3-1 up until 20 seconds, and that goal that went in really never should have gone in, and it made me sweat for them. It made me almost cry if I had found another goal. Fortunately for the Kings Esports, they couldn't find that last goal, and I think overall that makes it so that they got away with it, but they aren't at the top level yet. If they manage to find that, I have them as absolute clear favorites for this, but so far they haven't convinced me yet.
I'm not fully convinced yet, but I think about halfway through this next game is where I'll be convinced about one of these teams taking it. It's so close to call at the moment. The King Esports, that was a way better game too. They were quick to turn it around after that mishap in game 1. But now, they have to do it again. They have to keep it up if they want to take down 5head.
Because I think overall, even though Kings Esports did take that last game, to me personally, I feel like 5head did feel like they were playing better, especially out of defense. Their backboard defense has been so on point. They're so quick whenever that ball goes into the backboard to challenge it. And yes, it didn't work out all the time for them the last game, and yes, they didn't win it, but I think overall in this series that puts them into a very good position to take it all.
Yeah, for a quick server reset, we're going to be waiting for our players all to get back in, but yeah, a bit of a light show while we wait. This is the closest to call, and I'm really not sure, but I think both of these teams are deserving to make it to the kickoff, and whoever doesn't make it today will make it in the next qualifier. I'm almost certain of that.
It's going to be very heartbreaking for whichever team doesn't make it, because they get so far, but obviously there's always going to be one winner and one loser, and that's the tough part about it. But I think overall both teams can be proud of themselves, because obviously they are performing to a standard which hasn't been asked for them yet. They are looking to really cement themselves in the region as one of the top contenders. And for both teams, it's going to happen now, because this third game is going to be so important. Hopefully, they will be managing to take it for either team, whoever you guys back home support. I hope for you that your team wins, but where there are winners, there's always going to be losers too.
Yeah, and just waiting still, a bit of server issues. We'll get things sorted very quickly, and there we are, just as I see it, back in the action.
I think we're still testing a little bit. I mean, it's very difficult sometimes to find the perfect server. Obviously, we want all the players to be playing at the lowest ping possible. We need to find the servers that fit that description. I think we have found such a server, so we should be getting in very shortly. And I think both teams of wanting to show what they're capable of, they'll have the opportunity right here. Servers found, kickoff's done, and it's a very even one going to Mossen.
Well, and we finally get into game number 3. It's time now, 5head versus the Kings Esports. They will take it with his Onyx, looking to try and get the early lead, taking the ball high. Saved by Paso, the drop down. Callum trying to follow up, the clear away to the corner. Actually taking things slow. A launch up high, over one to AMS, out to the sidewall, off the corner. One more tap, bringing it centre, looking for that early goal, but no follow-up, and time will say otherwise. As the ball drops down to Paso, he'll get a flick over one. There's only the waiting for the touch trying to get this upfield. The first goal for either team is going to be so influential. They won't want this first goal of the game so badly.
For sure, because the winning this game will mean match point for whoever goes get that first goal, and the first goal will be on the side of 5heads. The Zonix is the one that finds it. A bit of an open net though. Not quite sure where the defense is. He won't mind it though.
A 1-0 start for the 5head side. A 1 minute Indy. Get the lead they were looking for, but can they hold on to it? 1-0, got work to do. And they know how good the Kind Esports are on attack. They've just got to get there in the first place. It's a great save from Talon, barely keeping that out. To the backboard now, one up high, over AMS, nobody's back in time, that's just gonna fall in. One apiece, just like that, quickly collide.
Just snuck in all the way from his own half with an absolute clanger. No one there to save it. A bit of a weird touch though in defense from Talon, just working out absolutely beautifully. Couldn't have asked for anything better off of that pass. Working out very well, and the team plays there on the side of Kings Esports. They bring it back to 1-1.
1 apiece. 90 seconds in. Mawson up high, the drop down, over to AMS, not going to work out. Don't worry. Upfield, high for one, the follow-up, Mawson and net, a great save, and the follow-up one more, Basso, saved by Mawson once again. This is a man-to-man performance from Mawson today. I really got to hand it to him, he had been playing excellently. The Zonix now, taking things high, the drop down, and the forcing way through, a great save, the follow-up, AMS makes it 2.
I wasn't quite sure who that was in defense, but it was definitely Worry who backflipped there. Very unfortunate, good shot though, and Kings Esports had a great chance. They had the pressure, they had the opportunity, went for the shot low, it was saved, and then they ended up conceding on the other side. Very unfortunate, find one back now. Yes, it sticks. Worry, great shot, and we're back at 2-2.
Barely slipping in off of the Kickoff Worry shot. Couldn't have got any closer to the corner. Off the post, and it goes, and quickly a tied up game returns. 2-2, 3 minutes left. The Kings Esports do not want to let this run away from them.
And it's such a close series what it's turned out to be, Boyo. That first game had me sweating. It was going to be a one-sided affair. Very strong showing there for a 5-head. But Kings Esports have completely turned it around. They showed up last game, and right here they are back on track as well. One getting demoed though, Worry. Might be an open get on the other side. Tom gets it up high. Has to follow up to a bit of a weird block there by AMS. Working out beautifully. Not out of the water, ball's up high. Satonics onto the backboard though. He clears this away. Pressure just mounting for Kings. Another shot, another chance. Bassel now onto the backboard. Up high once more. Worry can't find it either. Town does it again, but it doesn't go in.
Well, Basso, he'll take the ball high, looking for another drop down. Bent by one. Mawson, the clear away. There's Donix, a good win in the 50, bringing it round the back wall. His ball is centre. Oh, AMS barely missing out right there. The Basso, it's up high in front of net once more. 2 minutes left, and Basso going to clear it away. On the dribble, trying to beat out two. Can't get the ball in time, and he will keep possession, dropping it down centre. AMS will make it there first, and upfield it will go. Zazonic lurking around, waiting to pounce with a chance. He'll beat out Worry, take it up the back wall. Bassel's there, finds a save. The pressure will remain, a drop down. AMS bringing it centre. Zazonic rushing through, looking for that attack at 90 seconds left. 2-2, it could be changing very soon. A great save, the pressure remains. 5-head are hunting for this goal.
What a save indeed, and it's been the entire game where just the teams are exchanging amounts of pressure, and you think they're going to score eventually, but the defense keeps on holding strong, and they're so aggressive too. Absolutely love to see it. They're chasing their opponents all the way to their own half to try and go for demos. So much trust in their teammates. What a dunk there! AMS getting dunk, massive pass. Mawson finishes it off, and 3-2 here for 5-head.
Oh, what a dunk from AMS. That's all the props to him. Mawson at the easy job with just slotting that into the bottom corner. AMS, what a play. 1 minute left. One goal in it. The Kings Esports, they're not out just yet. They've seen their ability to bring things back with that kickoff. What's went on there? They find the save barely, but oh, that was a bit too risky for my liking. Worry's upfield now, looking for this equaliser. Safe by Zazonic. Up high, AMS, round the corner, the drop down. Talon just waiting back to the corner, up high, looking for the clear away. Past one.
Oh.
Not past another.
That would have been so beautiful. He almost landed on that, popped it straight over the last defender. Would have been goal of today had he found that one. A great chance there, not done yet. Our Kings Esport Bassel now, he's first, gets a block too. Also finds himself into an awkward position, but manages himself absolutely beautifully. The control and the calmness on him, very nice to see. Bassel now needs to make a defensive work. King Esports will be looking at the goal, but the question is, will they find it? And the answer will be no. Right there, they were looking for it, and they had plenty of chances in this game. They just couldn't quite find it.
Oh, 5-head. They take game 3. Now 2-1 up in the series now. Match point is in their favour. Can they win it here? Or will we see that game 5 we were hoping to see?
I mean, please just give me game 5. I am absolutely loving this. I'm loving watching what the Middle Eastern has for us, and overall every single team so far that we've had on stream have been super impressive and have impressed me myself, because I think overall the main difference between this and other regions is the fact that they are willing to be all out aggressive. They are willing to have 3 people all the way in the opponent's half just dedicated to grab that goal, and they keep shooting at your net until you can't no more, and it's working so well for the region as a whole. It's very enjoyable to watch.
This has been a fun match to watch. These last 2 matches have been insanely fun to watch, and I don't think game 4 will be any different. I expect to see it keep up, and as we get our players in, get things going, the Kings Esports, their backs against the wall. They've got to win now.
They got to indeed. I think we'll quickly get into that last game right here between 5head or the Kings Esports. Quickly gonna restart because one of the players was a bit too slow. Hopefully he won't be so slow on the pitch for the upcoming match, because they do need everyone to step up big now. Match point for 5head, qualification on the line for 5head, but they do need to win the upcoming match.
Well, game number 4, as just said, is match point for 5head. Starting off already though, the Kings Esports, their backs against the wall. They're not going to let that stop them. A quick goal off the kickoff, 6 seconds in, and 1-0 already.
And this isn't the first kickoff that has gone into the favor here of the Kings Esports. The second goal in the previous game also going from a kickoff. Worry as well there. Very quick on following up these kickoffs. He's reading them beautifully, and it's given his team a couple of goals.
A 1-0 start for the Kings Esports. They want a game 5. We want a game 5. I think chat wants a game 5 as well. The only people not wanting a game 5 is 5head themselves. And well, 30 seconds in, the Kings Esports, can they extend upon their lead? The drop down of the ceiling over to Basil. That's to the backboard. Oh, a great save from AMS, but it will continue. Worry, out to the backboard. He's going to take his time. Zazonic looking for the dribble away. A good 50-50. Mawson gets demoed. Basil upfield once more. Over 1. He can continue to the backboard. The ball's up high. Dropping down off the ceiling. Talon. Oh, barely getting smashed. And Basil will keep things going though. 1 minute in, 1-0. The Kings Esports, they're all on attack.
That would have been a crazy angle, a crazy shot, and a crazy goal, but it was just wide, just not good enough on the side of Kings Esports. Would have been a second goal too, but they're contesting everything beautifully. The challenges are early and they're good, giving them a lot of time and space. A demo now as well on the side of Basil. He finds his opponent, follows up there to Talm, gets it into the middle. Worries all the way back though, so this pressure will not last long on the side of 5head.
Clear away, a launch back up, Fear of Worry, rushing for the ball. But for that 2-goal lead, not going to work out. Zazonix up high, met by 1 to drop down. Zazonix, pass out centre. AMS is up, a bit too slow on the approach. Worry, a great beat, up high, coming centre. Oh, the bump from Lawson. Barely keeping that one out, and 5head now, the counter-attack. AMS is up, can't follow up. The drop down, there's only 5 pass, and Talon up high, looking for this goal, but oh, they couldn't follow up in time. Mawson up high now. AMS, a quick counter, not gonna work out. Worry, holding down the fort in defense, but they've got to be careful as 5head are slipping through in the offense.
Oh, Kings Esports is looking more nervous by the minute. They had that double commit, then they ended up pushing each other, bumping each other. It's very difficult. Basil though, crazy shot! That would have been nuts!
Basil up is so close with the ball up high. Talon to the backboard, the follow-up not there in time. There's on it with the drop down, bringing the ball centre. Basil up high, looking for a chance, but to the backboard it will go. Beat out by 1. Worry up high. AMS lurking around. Drop down. Vassal. Beat out by Zazonix. Talon looking for a chance. 2 minutes left. 1-0. Talon the drop down. He's got the boost to follow, but not enough. Mustn't be some to it. Oh, it's a close game at the moment. The Kings Esports only a 1-goal lead. 2 minutes left. They've got to be careful. They've got to extend upon this. Vassal looking to do that himself. The drop down. Saved by Moss and the fall from Worry. It's not going to go in. 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Still 1-0. Oh, this is close, Juicy.
Yeah, but the Kings Esports are making it a lot closer than it needs to be. They're getting the chances, not even a shot yet on the side of Firehead. This is the first one, and what a shot it was. Not good enough for the goal yet. Both teams completely stepping up to the task, and some crazy shots coming out, but none of them finding the target yet. They're getting close, but close isn't good enough. Vassal now almost finding the follow-up. Melson, so good with the follow-up, just getting in between these passes, in between these shots, and it's making so there's only 1 goal scored yet in this game 4.
Money upfield, saved by Zazonix. Drop down. Clean away. Worry. Getting the boost in the back. Will Talon push it upfield, looking for the pass out centre. What's going to work out? AMS takes the ball high, looking for the devil, not going to find it. Zazonix a chance, the shot going wide. Oh, what a save, Worry. Barely keeping that out. 40 seconds. 1-0 still. The clear away. Game 5 couldn't be happening. Well, maybe not. If 5 are still putting the pressure on to the corner. Still up high. Another chance. AMS for the follow-up saved by Talon. Austin once more. Up to the corner. Oh, boost in the tank. Past 1. Bringing around. Nobody to clear away. The ball up high. AMS to drop down to the backboard. Cleared away. 10 seconds. 5 are so close, but they're not here yet. A clear away from Vassal. They just secure the towel to find the winning goal. One last chance. Tap it down, not working out, and the clock at 0. But Martin, he keeps it up. One last chance, the dribble away, the queen out to the side. Talon. There it goes. Here we come.
Oh my, that was so much closer and so much tenser than it needed to be. Kings Esports had at least 3 chances there. That should have just been enough for them to secure this game. They failed to score those, almost giving 5head an opportunity to get back. They did get a quick stint of pressure in there with a couple of chances and good shots for themselves. Couldn't find the goal though, which means that we will be going to this game 5, Boyo.
We're going to game 5, just as what we were hoping for. We've got our wishes. Oh, the series is delivered. King Esports 5-head. I'm on the edge of my seat with this one. Oh, I don't know anymore. I don't know who's gonna win it. Let us know in chat who you think's gonna win this. I think I need some help with predictions.
I mean, the last one was in game 5, a 2-3 win for Kings Esports. They got away clutch in that situation, but it's going to be tough, and I don't really know if we can take the previous series into account, because this one seems to be a whole different beast in its own, with both teams just absolutely popping off every single stage along the way. We've seen both teams just play at their absolute at their absolute best.
Well, oh, I'm stumped at this stage. It's been such a close game. Both teams. Can we just have 14? Can we quickly change the rules? Have 14 qualify today? I'd be sad to see one of them go today. There's a poll going on in the stream right now. Go vote who you think have got this, and can maybe give us Carson a little bit of a helping hand here.
Yeah, we definitely need some more information here, because to me both teams can take it here, and it's just gonna go down to the specifics of it. I feel like Worry is the player that has been absolutely clutch on the side of Kings Esports. You predicted it before the series started. He's gotten a couple of great goals in this series, but on the other side, it is the entire team of 5head who've played oh so well and will be looking to cement their position in the kickoff. Game 5 is about to go underway. I think we're gonna look at the quick server change for some better connection on both sides, and then we should be getting into this very shortly. We can talk about more about who we think is going to take it, but I don't think we have any new information here, Boyo.
I don't think we have any new information because it's so tough to call. This has been such a cool series. It has delivered once, it is delivering again, it seems. Game 5's twice now. These teams are so evenly matched. And I've said it already. Whoever doesn't qualify now is easily going to qualify next week. And if we don't qualify, I would be amazed.
Yeah, but I doubt these are the only teams that are good, because let's face it, CN Team 1 with Ali dropping down in the quarterfinals also going to be their next qualifier, I'm expecting to. So, you know, it's going to be very tough regardless of the results here. I think the only thing you can really hope for right here is just to win this particular match. This match is your all or nothing match until, you know, 2 weeks from now, when it all just happens all over again.
Yeah, 2 weeks from now, bigger than before. We're going to, of course, do a quick server test to make sure everything is up to standard for the players. And this, you can't make us wait any longer. This game 5 just building up the anticipation as time goes on.
I mean, you know, boy, I've been sweating a lot the last few days. Then it mostly was because of the weather. We've had absolute insane amounts, which I'm sure the Middle East can attest to as well. But this game's got me sweating like no tomorrow. It's worse than all the games beforehand, because I'm so scared for the 3 players that will not make it in this qualifier, because to my, like, as far as I can tell, both of them really just deserve to be there at the kickoff.
And the kickoff is going to be a whole different beast for these teams, but they've shown some good promise today. And we've got into a Game 5 match now. Who will round out our first 3 qualifying teams? 5 head on the King D Sports. Game 5, let's get a show on the road.
And chat, on the side of 5 head, 61% choosing 5 head to win. I am not quite sure, but it's showing that chat is just as close as we are predicting it to be. Hopefully this Game 5 delivers, and hopefully we can see some absolutely gorgeous Rocket League.
Well, launch up field is on it, meeting the ball first in the midfield. Town with the drop down. A great second touch, dropping it down. 1-on-1, AMS. A great save, getting the clear away, the pressure will remain. Mawson dropping it down, Worry backing off. Tap over to Zonix. The follow-up, Talon will find the save up high, it's dangerous. AMS can't follow in time. Mawson to the backboard, bouncing away as Zonix a chance. Oh, the bump attempt, the Worry. Barely avoiding that one. The Basso now, upfield. Talon can't make it in time, the pressure will remain though, Basso to the corner. The King D's going to look for this opener, they're getting close to finding it, Worry a chance. Cleared out to the side. Mawson up high, they drop down, bringing it around the corner, bringing it centre now. Attempt, the Donix is up to the ceiling, drop down in front of net, a save once more. AMS looking to continue.
You go faked out though, Worry now on the ball. Both teams getting a couple of chances for themselves now. Just not too dangerous yet. This could be that. Oh, miss on 2 sides. Mawson and Worry both missing the ball. And a shot now. AMS, that's just why. Can't find the follow-up either. Mawson takes it slow, trying to get a double there. Can't really find it, but it does go across the net. Zazonix, 22. So many chances, but no goal yet.
How is that not in? I do not know, but Talon with the drop down. Pass one, not pass another. Zazonix finds a save. AMS out to the sidewall, launching the ball upfield, but met by Bass with the drop down. Worry lurking around, waiting for the chance to strike. Talon, he gets demoed. Basso, the drop down, over to Worry, and met by Masson. Continuing the pressure, out to Basso, saved by AMS. Half of the game gone. And now another fair. For how long will this continue? I don't think for long, but Basso's shot. Oh, it's out to the corner, a good chance, but not working out. AMS now. Heading upfield, met by Basso. Worry a chance, out to the backboard, no boost to follow. A ping pong game at the moment. Someone, anyone, just find the shot. It's off the ceiling, they drop down, a potential trap in the King D Sports. The Worry can't make it in time, has to back off. A launch up high, out to Basso, back to Worry, intercepted on the approach. And still, no one finding the opening.
Both teams getting so close. I'm starting to become sweating. Worry! Oh, what a save there! Zazonix absolutely clutch. 4-5 head, finding that save from an even better shot. It was just good enough there. 5 head staying alive just a little bit longer.
What on earth was that save? 0-0 still. 1 minute 40 45 seconds, the ball flies higher on net. Talon, they clean away, they drop down. Pushing upfield, it's AMS, bringing it centre, not working out. Talon getting bumped in the process. AMS looking to continue. 90 seconds left in the clock. And now no affair still remains. Maston up high, forcing it away through. A great dunk. EMS, another time. Oh!
Oh no, I think it's on the side. I think that's the goal. I think that's the first goal. Basel fights it. No, AMS is back in time. Finds that save. That could have been detrimental. Was scoring that beautiful flip reset. Didn't get the flip though. And then on the other side, he could just make the save. Both teams staying alive just a little bit longer. But what a game 5 we've had so far. So many great chances. Basel this time is beaten out by the opposition. AMS misses that ball though. Both teams starting to make some mistakes. Who can keep up with the pressure? Who can keep their nerves in check? And who will win game 5?
Well, just say me. They said they wanted game 5 to the lever, and has it done that tenfold? Callum a chance, the shot's going wide. The follow-up, not in time. Basel will try and continue, and now affair will still remain. We might possibly get a game 5 OT, but a launch upfield, there's always a chance. The dunk not working out, they clear it away, out to the side while they drop down. Basel up high, the follow-up, worry, up high, 15 seconds, overtime looking likely. But there's still time for a 0-second goal. AMS, the drop down. Talon will find the save. Out to the corner. One last chance as it takes a high to the ceiling. Larson, the drop down. In front of net. Talon finds the save. The drop down. It's still up. They're keeping it up. Basel going to length in the patch. Can he try and find another touch? No. We head to overtime.
Game 5 overtime to decide who goes into the kickoff. You cannot make this up. There's no script written, but if it was, it would write exactly like this. So close between those two teams, and just one tiny bit that can separate them. Worry almost finding that little bit. Basel puts it up high. Talon follows up. All three up on the side of the Kings. This is a chance for a 5-hit. Can they find it? Maybe here's the Zone X. No, he misses 2.
Oh, Zone missed his best chance. The ball comes centre. AMS can't follow up in time. Martin up high. A double commit in defense. Finally getting messy. It's all on the line. Let's go. Will qualify. Is the ball approaching the Kings net? Mawson over one. What is their way in? Under one, the counter-attacking opportunity. A great 50-50. Pressure will remain. Talon upfield to the corner, forcing it away through. This is Onyx up high. The drop down to the backboard. No boost to follow. One will find the save. EMS centre once more. High above net. The shots, they're getting saved. The shots are so close. But they're still not in.
Close, but it hasn't found the target yet. It hasn't yet found the mark. All defenders playing oh so well. And just anytime you think something is gonna happen, there's one last defender, one clutch player that makes a difference on both sides, on both teams. Right now, Suzonix will be looking to be that person that makes a difference, but right now, it's not happening yet. A bad clear there, but a good follow-up by Worry, making sure that Kings Esports stay a while longer. AMS maybe, but good backboard defense there, turning that away as well.
A launch. Back to the backboard, a quick clear away, a quick counter-attacking opportunity for Talon. Facing the ball first, there have been very few opportunities for the Kings in this OT. They've got to get an attack. Oh, AMS, he's looking for a shot of his own. That's up and over, that's the game. AMS, he finds it. 4-5 head, and they qualify for the kickoff.
Welcome everybody, this is the Middle East, this is what you can expect. AMS clutching it out. And what a day we've had. Game 5 overtime to decide our third qualifier. You couldn't make this up if you tried.
5 heads. Our last team of the day qualifying. They make it through qualifier 1. Oh, what a series that was. What a game that was. The Kings Esports is really proud of themselves staying away. What a tournament they had, and they're making it qualifier 2. Not a doubt in my mind.
I hope so. I really hope so. Absolutely beautiful coming out from them. Just missing out this particular time. Just that one clutch play the Kings Esports. I'm just looking at the replays running behind the screens, and that one double tap on the side of Worry, I thought that was going to be the goal that decided it all. It would have been a beautiful one, but what a save too on the side of Five Head. Just the clutch factor today really seems to be in their favor.
Oh, what a tournament we had today. That's along with the qualifier that makes me
Excited.
even more excited for the main event. And a quick rundown of the bracket momentum shifter. They made it through their way to bracket pretty uncontested, getting that 3-0 against CN team to qualify for the kickoff. We've seen some top seeds though. Cryptic, they lost to CN team. So did SDC. That is 4th and 5th seed. CN team, definitely a team to keep an eye on in this next qualifier. Over on the other side of the bracket as well, ASMR Clan, they didn't drop a single game. They took down the 31st seed, the 15th seed, the 26th seed, and the 6th seed of the last King Esports. And then, of course, we've seen the last King Esports in the upper bracket take down 5-Head. They got that upset win. And then in the lower bracket, they could not do it again. The King Esports, they fell in game 5, an unfortunate loss. What a run they had though, 5-Head. They came through the lower bracket, beating what, 1, not 2, not 3, about 4 teams to qualify in the lower bracket. They went on a run, they had to fight for their all to make it, and they finally well done it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it really shows how the lower bracket can really affect a team. Overall, I think if you end up going to the lower bracket in an earlier stage, but you know you're a strong team, it doesn't mean the end of the world. And 5 had proven exactly that, because you just keep playing and you feel like you keep winning, and that feeling of, hey, we can actually do this, just keeps getting closer and closer. And then you're facing teams that aren't in the same boat as you are, because they've just been dropped down. They've just lost their series. You're now facing them. You're on a roll. They're not. And that's exactly what 5 has put through today.
Well, as the day comes to a close, our first 3 teams joining Sandrock Gaming and Forest Hunters will be Momentum Shifters, ASMR Clan, and the team we just saw, 5-Head. They'll be joining Forest Hunters SRG in the kickoff. We'll be back tomorrow, the qualifiers for the Asian Kickoff Qualifier 1, and of course next week, a chance for redemption Qualifier 2 will be taking place. I'm expecting to see teams like the King Esports, CN Team, Cryptic. They are all teams I expect to see. They are giving it their all. I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited for next week. I am excited for the kickoff. I hope you all are too. Have a good night, everybody, and goodbye.